personnel, both on the front lines and those behind the scenes, who continuously place themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property in our great county of Los Angeles. Thank you for always being there, and continue to be safe as they take care of themselves, those around them, and the people we serve and protect. Thank you, and I'd now like to invite up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So good morning. We continue to battle multiple major brush fires in the city of Los Angeles and across the Los Angeles region. Today, we expect winds to subside somewhat, which will allow fire crews to increase containment lines. However, and I want to be very clear here as well, we are still under red flag warning with extreme fire behavior possibilities. Before I give you an update on several fires in the city of Los Angeles, I have to take a moment, for all the right reasons, to thank the residents of Los Angeles and our surrounding areas for heeding our instructions. Today, it is absolutely imperative that as we move into day 3 of this firestorm, all members of our Los Angeles community maintain vigilance. I will now give you an update of our activities that occurred overnight. Palisades Fire, as we know, started January 7th at 10:30 hours in the morning. Size at this point is 17,234 acres. We are in unified command, LAFD, CAL FIRE, LA County Fire, LAPD, and LA Sheriffs. 0% containment. Extreme fire behavior continues to challenge firefighting efforts for the Palisades area. Wind gusts are up to 60 miles per hour and are expected to resume throughout the entire day. Firefighters and air resources will continue to work to protect the community and infrastructures and gain control so that we can contain this fire. Damage assessments are ongoing at the Palisades Fire. However, preliminary reports estimate the damage or destroyed structures to be in the thousands. It is safe to say that the Palisades Fire is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. We will continue to provide additional information as it becomes available. I'll move on to the Hearst Fire. January 7th start. The size, 855 acres. We're unified in command, LAFD, United States Fire Service, Angeles National Forest, and LAPD. 0% containment. Firefighters held the fire within a planned containment area and are successful, and we have established a perimeter. Crews were able to get a handle on a few of the flare-ups over the night. We will continue to strengthen our containment lines and create a number of dozer lines to minimize the fire growth. Next, Woodley Fire started on January 8th. The size, 30 acres. Containment, fully contained, and we are using fire patrols to monitor the area for any flare-ups. The fire has been declared as a knockdown, and there are no current threats. Next, the Sunset Fire, which is in the Runyon Canyon area, started last night, January 8th. Size 42.8 acres. Forward progress, I'm very glad to share with everybody, was stopped, and the crews are working to put out spot fires within the perimeters and to keep the wind from spreading any additional embers. As of 7:30 this morning, all evacuation orders have been lifted. This fire was rapidly and aggressively attacked by using coordinated air and ground fire suppression efforts. Residents heeded our timely evacuation orders. More information to come on that. Next up, the Sunswept Fire, which is in the Studio City area. As I talked about all the previous incidents On top of this, our fire department was faced with another massive challenge. A very large structure fire encompassing 2 large hillside homes with heavy fire, which exposed brush, broke out in the Studio City area of Los Angeles. The high winds caused the fire to extend within the adjacent brush, potentially causing another additional brush fire. Our LEFD poured all available resources into this fire, and through a combined effort, were successful in preventing another devastating brush fire. Our firefighters stopped the forward progress at just under 1 acre. Also, to be clear, all of the incidents that I just spoke about are all under an active investigation. Let's talk about the preparations for today. The LAFD continues to augment and recall all of our firefighters to fill every single available seat on every single available apparatus within the city of Los Angeles. Firefighters continue to move into the Southern California region from across the western region of the United States, and we are very, very grateful for any assistance that we are receiving. Weather conditions are beginning to turn favorably, which will allow us to increase our containment lines. Again, our primary focus remains on impacting and affecting rescues and saving lives while protecting property. The multiple incidents across the city and the region continue to tax our firefighters. However, rest assured that every single firefighter, first responder, law enforcement officer across the region remains 100% committed to protecting our communities. Here's your call to action. Stay informed with trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near a wildland area. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any impacted areas, which we want to make sure there's zero room for any other issues when it comes to delays for our firefighters, first responders to get to where we need to go. I want to take just a moment to thank every single Los Angeles resident who's been impacted by this for staying vigilant, supporting our first responders, and helping your neighbors. Thank you to Mayor Bass, our city leadership, everybody that is here. As you can see, we stand with every single community member, business, anybody that's been negatively impacted by all of these incidents. We stand with you. We're going to remain strong with you as well. And I tell you, we're throwing everything at this that we possibly can, and we're going to move through this and continue to support one another. With that, I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker, which is Sheriff Luna. Sir?
Good morning, Robert Luna, the Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Currently, we have well over 400 sheriff's personnel that are still actively deployed to the fires, in addition to our normal staffing for patrol-related functions throughout the County of Los Angeles. Deputies continue to assist our residents with evacuations. They are performing a lot of humanitarian missions. So many stories to share, don't have time right now. Providing food and blankets to people, rescuing people who, unfortunately, did not evacuate when they were asked to. So you've heard it over and over up here. A lot of the stories of heroic actions by our deputy sheriffs, police officers, or firefighters, a lot of them are taking place from people who did not choose to evacuate, putting their own lives at risk. So please, if you're asked to evacuate, because it's not only your life you're putting in danger. We continue to conduct roving patrols, manning hard road closures, providing security in evacuation areas to prevent anyone who may be tempted to engage in criminal behavior like looting. It was mentioned earlier before by the supervisor, and I'm going to make this crystal clear to everybody out there. Over last night and this morning, we are up to 20 individuals who chose to go into our areas and deprive these poor people who have been through so much of their property. Absolutely unacceptable. And I'm going to give direction to our department members. As you know, when we have an evacuation order by law, if you remain in that area, you are guilty of a misdemeanor. If you commit certain crimes, it could jump up to a felony. I'm going to be asking our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest. I hope that is as clear as I can make it, because our first choice isn't to do enforcement. It's not to make arrests. It's to help people. But if people choose to commit crimes, they're going to be held accountable. And the DA, who is standing next to me, will clarify even that a little bit further. This continues to be a fluid and evolving crisis, and the numbers that we release throughout this incident are going to fluctuate. So anything we say is subject to change. We're getting information from our boots on the ground. It's very chaotic out there because it's still so fluid. So forgive us if we give a number and then we have to modify those numbers. I talked about the 20 arrests that have been made so far. Unfortunately, I do expect that to go up. We're not going to tolerate that kind of activity. We have substantially increased our deployment of deputies at the fixed traffic post and are trying to limit and clear out any unauthorized vehicles or people in these areas. I do want to talk as we are summoning more resources. I have been in contact with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state of California. Obviously, that's done at the direction of Governor Newsom. From the get-go of this, he has offered any and all resources to us in law enforcement, and they're doing the same for fire, but I'll specifically talk about policing. The California National Guard is on standby at our direction, specifically my direction, and we, along with my partner Jim McDonnell at the LAPD, are currently in discussions if we are going to need them or how we would deploy them as the hours go on. So stand by for that information as the hours tick on. Chief Maroney mentioned this regarding any death toll information. Yes, we had preliminary numbers yesterday. I got to be honest with you, as I reviewed some of those last night and this morning, I was not satisfied with some of the information that we're getting. And it's not the fault of our people. The people that are working under very difficult conditions are doing their best to do what they need to do. At one point, we'll be able to do a more thorough search of these impacted areas. Some of them look like a bomb was dropped in them, where we will be able to bring in canines and other things to help us hopefully not discover too many fatalities. That's our prayer. But this is a crisis, and we don't know what to expect, but we're ready for everything. So all information, at least on the county side of this equation, we're working with our coroner's office. We'll figure out those numbers. So be patient with us when you ask us about death toll numbers. Right now, frankly, we don't know yet. We eventually will. Evacuations overall for Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, and Lydia fires. The number in both county and city areas, evacuation orders are impacting 179,783 residents. That's nearly 180,000 people in Los Angeles County that are currently under evacuation orders, with another close to 200,000 residents that are under evacuation warnings. I cannot emphasize enough that I urge residents that are asked to evacuate to follow our warnings. I gave some examples earlier. I'm going out through my staff, hey, give me some stories where our deputies are just constantly putting their life on the line, and in every example I'm given is as a result of somebody who chose not to evacuate. I don't want to tell those stories anymore. I don't want to give stories of our first responders being injured, specifically our communities being injured. Please, if you're told to evacuate, evacuate. Two of our sheriff substations are out of power, running on generators. That's both our Altadena and Crescentia Valley stations. They're right in the thick of things. They're engaged in all of the work that I've described. The issues of mutual aid. Will consistently evaluate and reevaluate the needs for more law enforcement personnel. But I can tell you I'm getting calls from all over this region, from other sheriffs and police chiefs. Everybody wants to help. And that's awesome. That's part of our profession. Very proud to be part of it. The last thing I'll say is, for any specific information regarding evacuation orders or warnings or any road closures, and there's a lot of them, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you very much. And with that, I am going to introduce the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Morning, and I'll start off with a sincere thank you to all who have cooperated and supported the first responders and others who've been out there doing the best they can to make this as manageable as it can be. We're still on full tactical alert at the LAPD in support of our fire partners to be able to accomplish their mission. We're assisting with safety as well as the evacuation sites. You heard the sheriff quote the numbers of people who are out there using those. And again, we want to provide every level of safety we can for those involved in that effort. We've been joined by our Port Police and Los Angeles World Airport Police partners as part of the city family in doing the jobs that we're doing as we move forward today. But I want to thank our team. Many of our team and many of the people who are here behind me have left their families in fire areas to come to work to be able to help others. We've had a large number of people who have been evacuated, a large number of people in this group here who either family or friends have lost their own homes and lost everything they own and are dealing with taking care of young families at the same time while they're trying to balance the needs of work with the needs and responsibilities of family. We truly are all in this together, and we have to look at it that way as we move forward. The advice I would give is consistent with what you've heard. The air is not healthy for people who are challenged from a respiratory standpoint. So if you don't have to come into an area that's so impacted, please don't. Traffic, we're trying to maintain ingress and egress to our emergency areas for first responders in particular. We had, as you heard, people coming in still from other states to be able to help in the fire suppression effort, and we need them to be able to get in and be able to do what they need to do as easily as possible. The evacuations, they will probably still continue as the winds pick up. So we want to be able to do that as effectively as we can. Again, I said thank you for the cooperation, but I ask for additional cooperation should the need arise as we move forward. This is anything but predictable. We're thankful for the wind conditions we have now and the ability for our fire partners to try and make up for lost time, to be able to put containment around several of our burn areas and to be able to move forward on that. But again, I just want to say that you've heard from, and you'll hear in a minute from the DA, but from the sheriff about our crime suppression efforts. For those who want to take advantage of others, we're there. We're going to be there, and we're going to be working to hold you accountable for what you're doing in that regard. But as this runs its course, fatigue will certainly become a significant factor for those who are both directly involved in the operation as well as members of our community. So again, we are very thankful for the people who are doing this on all of our behalf, but we need to stick together. We need to support each other, and this is a thing where morale is a big deal for both the community and all of our folks. So take care of each other out there, and let's do the best we can. Thank you. Now, I mentioned our DA Hochman. It's now my pleasure to introduce the newly elected District Attorney of Los Angeles County, Nathan Hochman.
Yesterday, I bore witness by walking and driving through Pacific Palisades. I ended up at my sister's house, a house where she and her husband had raised 4 boys, celebrated birthdays, barbecues, and whatnot, and that house has been burned to the ground. And not just her house, but all her neighbors. Up and down each one of the blocks I traveled, those houses no longer exist. They are now basically rubble. And I haven't seen something like that, and I've lived here almost over 60 years. In the entire time I've been here, it looked apocalyptic. Not since the 1990s, when Los Angeles was hit with the fires, the flood, the earthquake, and the riots, have I seen such disaster occur here in our city. But like back then, Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience. And it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment. So I want to make sure that message is received loud and clear, because the first responders in this situation have been simply heroic. As I was in Pacific Palisades, I not only saw fire departments from LA County and LA City, I saw Rialto, Poway, Redding, fire engines from across this entire state that have come to our rescue. And thank you. Thank you to all the first responders. When it comes to law enforcement, it's an all-hands-on-deck operation with law enforcement and the DA's office. Again, detectives are putting on uniforms and getting out there on the streets to protect us. We owe them a huge thank you. And from the DA's office, if we do get these cases, please be on notice that we are going to try and deter you from committing the crimes in the first place. But if you do commit these crimes, do not expect anything else than maximal punishment. I'll now introduce LA County Public Works Director Mark Priscilla.
Thank you, DA.
Good morning. As was stated, my name is Mark Pastrella. I'm the Director of the Los Angeles County Public Works Agency. First I want to say my heart, of course, goes out to everyone affected by the devastating event. I personally toured many of the areas yesterday and met with residents. And as everyone here has described, it's an absolute tragedy, including the life safety support system, our infrastructure that has been destroyed that supports life in these communities. I know from personal experience that fielding a loss from a wildfire, and I have tremendous respect for our firefighters and other first responders, our police force, the Sheriff's Department for the work they are currently doing. In fact, our current mission, which has been going 24/7 for 3 days now, is to support our fire department and our Sheriff's Department and the local PDs in their efforts to save lives. That is our #1 mission right now and what we are currently continuing to do, unfortunately, as this event is still active. We are also focusing on the inevitable recovery and repopulation of the areas that we will build back and build back strong. The current focus is on utility restoration, and I know many people are already asking about that. Your sewer, water, your power system and the transportation system have all been significantly damaged. The heat of this system, the wind that blew also knocked down thousands of trees into the roadway. So what we have is a tremendous amount of debris throughout the communities that have had experienced this fire. This debris has been moved enough to let our firefighters and our sheriff and PD into the area to do their work, but it's going to need to be processed and moved safely out of the area, and we are working on a coordinated effort across LA County to do debris removal, the debris removal that it will be necessary to restore the community back to its former way of life. The debris can be hazardous. The debris that is on the private property is considered hazardous and may be toxic. And so I want to warn everybody now that is either there who has remained behind or who is visiting the areas. As was mentioned earlier, it is not safe. It is not safe to touch the debris. It is not safe to remove the debris yourselves. There is a process for that, and we will be mobilizing with the City of Los Angeles to provide a health review of every property and make sure that when we move that debris, that it's done in a way that's safe for you and for the other residents who remain behind in the area. We are also working on water supply system. The water supply system currently is still supplying fire suppression. Last night we got to see the wonderful use of our reservoirs, the city's reservoirs and our reservoirs, to take water from the reservoirs and actually use firefighting event aerial attacks to the system. You saw what a difference that made in the firefight last night, and those reservoirs are full and continue to be ready and at the disposal of our firefighting friends. The municipal water system continues to suffer poor water quality due to the introduction of ash and debris into our reservoirs and into our filtration systems. So there are specific areas that we are asking for water to be boiled. I would just say with all caution, anyone who's remained behind, if there is any residence in your area that is burned to the ground and you are still there, you should just go ahead and boil water. We will be actively coming to communities in the next day, within this day or next day, delivering water, domestic water to people who remain in the fire zone area. LA County will be coordinating that effort, not only for the District 29, but also we'll be working with the City of LA to deliver water to residents who've remained behind or who again have partial damage and are maybe staying in their homes. I want to again just mention that a firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from municipal water systems for several hours is just not sustainable. That's why the air support is so important. Our residents in the Sunset Mesa, Topanga Beach area, Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north are up in the area. This is a partial damaged area or a threatened area. The Topanga Canyon Road, DeKalb Canyon Road Mesa as well is another area that's threatened. So all of what I just talked about applies to you residents who are there. Now what can we do? What can the public do? What you should be doing as we sort of still active fire. I will reiterate that it's extremely important to listen to the sheriff and to PD when you are asked to evacuate immediately. Do not hesitate. Do not wait. Your life is not worth it. The systems that you're leaving behind, they are going to be impacted and they cannot be restarted easily. So I know a lot of people are talking about, starting up. If you're thinking about creating your own water and sewer and power system at your home, I want you to be very careful about that. That is not something that a licensed contractor should be doing or our utility folks. Please don't do that. As I said yesterday, if you're leaving your home, I want to make sure that you lock that home, that you close that home up tight, and that you leave access for firefighters by not closing gates or creating a situation where they can't get to your home to fight off fire. The road system is impacted heavily throughout LA County, including city and county areas. There are multiple, in fact, hundreds of stop signals that are currently flashing red. I want to remind everybody that you treat that as a stop sign and you stop for that flashing. And if you come to a barricade, you need to turn around because those streets are closed for the purpose of recovery and not for looky-loos. Please do not argue with the sheriffs that are there or the PD. If the road is closed, there's a good reason for it. It's because it's not safe for you to be in that area. And that safety includes the debris that I was talking about. Trees down, potholes, road systems destroyed. There could be breaks in the roadway that could cause major damage to your vehicle. So I'm asking that you comply with all road closures until further notice. We are available as a 24/7 agency. You can reach our department at 1-800-675-HELP. We do need every citizen. There's something else you can do. If you see something, please tell us about it. Whether it's a gas leak, whether it's a utility line down, if it's a signal that's not malfunctioning, if it's a sewer system leak, any of those things that keep our life safety system going, we need to know about them so we can catalog them and get to them. Please know, and I do need to mention, that all of the utility workers, not just my folks at LA County Public Works, but the folks at the City of Los Angeles, the folks at the Southern California Edison, the gas company, we are all coordinating with each other to restore your systems. And our folks are all working 24/7. There are many heroic stories, like the sheriff and fire have, of our utility folks out in the middle of the night 24/7, getting those systems back up into place. And I want to thank all of the utility workers who are out there doing their job, who are not going home to family at night. They are actually working 24/7 as well. With that, I want to introduce the CEO and Chief Engineer of the Department of Water Power, Janice Quinones.
Good morning. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. LADWP crews continue to work around the clock to restore power and support firefighting efforts. On the power front, we have restored about 200,000 customers so far since the windstorm started. And as of this morning, we have approximately 95,000 customers out. We have 118 crews, DWP crews, working around the clock to restore powers as fast and as safe as possible. We're expecting our mutual aid crews coming from PG&E to arrive today and support the restoration efforts. Our restoration times are ranging from 24 to 48 hours. We are prioritizing wires down, so if you see a wire down, please call 911 and we'll send crews immediately to make the area safe. However, if you live in the fire-impacted areas or near those areas, you might experience longer outages, mainly because either our equipment has been compromised due to the fire, we're not able to access the area yet, or we're proactively shutting out the power for the safety of our firefighters and first responders. On the water side, the boil water notice for Palisades on zip code 90272 continues in effect, and it will continue in effect for at least 48 hours. I have water quality engineers taking samples around the system to ensure that the water quality remains a priority for our consumers. We continue to support LAFD and CAL FIRE and water supply issues and firefighting response, including opening our water reservoirs, as mentioned by Mark yesterday. Hollywood Reservoir was a critical asset when we were fighting the Sunset Fire. So all our reservoirs are open, that are open air for air assets, and we continue to work around the clock with other water agencies to increase the supply and pressure of the water system, including Metropolitan Water District. I want to end this by thanking DWP crews and personnel for their commitment and efforts to support the restoration of LA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And now, Chair Bartlett.
I also want to, we recognized President Biden and Governor Newsom, but we also have here with us today Congressmember George Whitesides, Congressmember Laura Friedman, Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, and Malibu Mayor Doug Stewart. Make no mistake, we are all working together, and I want to thank you all for being here. I know our Congress representatives flew in, and we appreciate it, and we are all in this together. With that, we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So just a couple rules of the road. So I'll call on you. When you get called upon, please announce your name and which media outlet you are with, and we'll start right here in the middle.
Jonathan Pigliotti with CBS News. For Mayor Bass, please. Mayor, LA County is in a panic state. It began 2 days ago with the Palisades fire. My crew and I arrived shortly after it started, and for several hours we watched as hundreds of homes in a neighborhood burned to the ground. We did not see a single fire engine. We watched as Good Samaritans guided traffic. There was fear and there was a lot of confusion. You were out of the country at the time. Shortly after the fire started, a press release was put out warning of this fire behavior. My question to you is, what explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when rest assured, let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the middle with the laptop.
Before we go on, I want to introduce, because this is an important announcement to be made, the U.S. Forest Service Fire Chief Robert Garcia has an announcement regarding a decision being made on the National Forest.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to share that in the overnight hours last night, the U.S. Forest Service, in an effort to reduce calls for service and reduce potential risk for wildfire, we've made a decision until further notice that the Angeles National Forest is closed. And so we'll get some additional information out, press release, that kind of information on the details of that closure, but it's similar to the types of orders that the county and the city have instituted regarding curfews and access and that type of thing. So the Angeles National Forest will be closed till further notice, likely till we get through this current fire weather event.
Thank you for that. We'll go in the middle. Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Thomas Fuller from the New York Times. For Chief Luna, I just wanted to follow up on what you said about you weren't satisfied with the information that you were getting on fatalities. It's been widely reported that there were 5 deaths, at least 5 deaths. Do you believe that death toll is not accurate, and do you think it's less than that?
Based on all the information that I've received in the last probably 8 hours, I want to be more confident in the specific information that I'm getting. So what we're doing now is going back through everything, because you got to understand the urgency, the chaotic nature of what we're dealing with, and we're still in the middle of that. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, at least for the Sheriff's Department, we're actually having our homicide unit involved, because they don't only do murder investigations, they do death investigations, that I'm going to change the system and verify each number. Because I don't care if it's just one, that's somebody's family. That's somebody we love and care for. So I want to make sure that's solid before we start presenting that information. Unfortunately, based on the preliminary information I've seen, at least in the two large fires that we're dealing with on each side of the county, unfortunately, I think the death toll will rise. I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's going to rise.
Thank you for that. Let's go right over here in the front.
Yeah, Josh Haskell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure so low, the number one tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this?
Well, first of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
But those homes, the first day and a half, there were homes up there that had been protected by the fire. And then I went up there yesterday and there were
that had been protected?
That it basically had been saved. Obviously, the fire's moving different directions, but when I went up there yesterday, there were not a lot of resources. We drove around, and then I know that things got worse up there. I'm just wondering, now that we move 48 hours past, how are we addressing these water problems that are continuing, and is it acceptable that they continue?
Well, let me just say that the water problems are a little better now, because the winds are such that we can go up and have the air support. And you know that that was the reason that the devastation was so bad, the unprecedented wind, the strength of the wind, and the fact that the air support could not go up.
And if Chief Crowley wants to talk to this, there have been many fires before where air support is not available, and we depend upon these ground resources and crews. Was there a plan in place for that, and did the resources get here quickly enough? And talk about an update to air support today.
Right. So thank you for that question. As we know, and you heard all of the incidents that are occurring at this point. Palisades was the first brush fire that we were attacking at that moment. You talk about specific pre-deploying. We put resources in place, pre-deploying, knowing that the winds were coming. With that, when the fire did light and take off, rapid response. Very dynamic situation. Air to ground resources coordinating. Now with the winds, I don't think we can overstate that enough. There's no excuse in regard to the winds were too much, but the reality is the winds are so dynamic, and at that tipping point, when our resources, air resources were grounded, that changes our strategies and tactics. We called for the world in regard to the number of resources and what we needed, who we needed, immediate need. Every single resource that was available at that moment responded. You talked about 48 hours later, where are we now, right? Again, I already spoke on if we don't have water, we find water, we use water tenders, we draft water. The fire department, first responders, we're going to do everything in our absolute effort to do what we can do with what we've got. The good news is, with the wind subsiding, you're going to see water drops, you're going to see rotary, you're going to see fixed wings all day, unless something changes. Again, I did say 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts even today. So very, very dynamic situation. With that, also, you said about the other homes, no fire resources there. As winds change, our resources change, we redistribute, we move, and that's the dynamic situation that we are in even in day 3. That's what I wanted to say about that.
We'll
Thank
go
you.
right behind. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, I have another question for you. Bob DeCastro over here from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Another issue, another concern about resources and in particular staffing as well. And we heard from firefighters even on the front lines expressing frustrations about, obviously it's a challenge right now. They're bringing in firefighters from all across the western region, but can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing, $17 million slashing?
I think if you go back and look at the reductions that were made, there were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And then there was a little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times, everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, when at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years, is the context in which we were dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over here on this side. Did you have your hand up with the blue? Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping Chief Crowley could talk a little bit more about the start of the Palisades fire. We'd heard that, I know we don't know why it started, but we'd heard that it started possibly in a garden in someone's backyard, if you could confirm that. And then how long do we know it took for it to actually reach homes? And I know you said that resources were pre-deployed, but do we know were there actually fire crews in the Palisades when it did start?
Right. So I'll start with your second question, and we'll go back. Actually, I'll start with your first one. As for where the start of the fire was in the Palisades fire, again, currently under active investigation. We have our arson investigators that are out right now as we speak, and they are actively investigating. As soon as we have information, we will share that with all of you. I know there's obviously, for the right reasons, a lot of interest in that. So with that, we'll circle back. When we come to pre-deployment, yes, we had our local fire stations that are assigned, Fire Station 69, Fire Station 23 in the Palisades area. They were fully staffed. Also pre-deployment in those areas, and we can also share the exact locations of where they were, how much we bolstered in regard to resources in the Palisades area. And also, mind you, we pre-deploy in the very high fire hazard severity zones, knowing that those are the communities most at risk during a wind event. So not only did we pre-deploy in the Palisades area, but also in other critical areas within the city. I don't know exactly, but we certainly can get that to you. Thank you.
Hi, Dakota Smith with the LA Times. I have a two-part question again for the two fire chiefs. First off, have drones, unauthorized drones, been a problem, and have they hurt firefighting efforts? Secondly, in terms of the LAFD hydrants, was there any scaling back of the inspection of those hydrants in the last year and did that affect the firefighting effort, to Chief Crowley?
Sure. So as for your first question with the drones, I don't have any information on that, so I can't share anything with you on that. In regard to the hydrants, historically, January is our hydrant testing phase. What I can tell you is we work closely with the Department of Water and Power. Those hydrants themselves are DWP's hydrants. They're to service the fire department. We partner with DWP in regard to that testing. Now, the very dynamic situation of where we are currently with the wildland season, if you may, there was a decision to postpone. We did not, in regard to the January start date, we have all year to test them. And also, mind you, our local fire stations are every single day going up and down the streets and looking at our hydrants. If there's any damage to hydrants, we report those as well. We were just kicking off that time frame of the beginning of the year when we normally would. What we did was postpone that until, because of the call volume that we're dealing with, and we're working closely with DWP at that point. I don't think it negatively impacted our abilities in this specific area. Thank you.
Thank you. In the third row there.
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times. I have a two-part budget question. My first part is, can you talk about the reserve fund? Last year, there was a lot of concern that the reserve fund had fallen below 4% and was heading toward that 2.75 number that I think makes it difficult for the city to authorize spending. Do you know how low it has gotten at this point and how quickly you're burning through the reserve?
Do you want to go with your second question too?
Sure. The second question is, do you have any concern about blowing through the reserve before the state and federal money will arrive?
So let me just say that, as I said a few minutes ago, our number one priority right now is to save lives, to protect lives, to save homes. I'm not here to talk about the status of our budget. If you would like to do that on another occasion, that would be fine in terms of the reserve fund. I don't have those concerns right now, and I will say that after our first priority, then we will look back at everything that was done to do an evaluation to see what worked and what didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. We are over time. However, we will have one-on-one interviews.
CAL FIRE wants to give an update on structures, et cetera, to get a clarification. I think it's important for you to highlight the numbers.
Excuse me. Good morning. My name is Todd Hopkins. I'm one of the incident commanders for the CAL FIRE incident management teams. Of the thousands of structures, I just want to clarify, that have been destroyed, we get this initial intel from Intel flights, and what they do is they pick up heat signatures, and we base off those heat signatures an estimate of what structures are destroyed. What I want to clarify is that a structure doesn't necessarily mean that it's a residential structure or a commercial structure. It could be a vehicle, it could be an outbuilding. So we do have people, damage inspection teams that are on the ground that will go out to every single home. They will catalog whether a house is destroyed, if it's partially destroyed or just damaged, and all that information will be turned over to the city and to the county once the damage inspection teams get done. So although we know that there are many homes destroyed, the thousands of structures can mean many different things besides just a home. So
is this thousands plural that have been destroyed?
thousands of structures, yes, but that could be a motorhome, that could be a car, that could be a shed, it could be a residential structure. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you very much. And we are end of press conference, one-on-ones. We also have Spanish. We will conduct that over here to the side with Sheriff Luna and a representative from LA City Fire. Thank you.
Again. Thank you for clarifying that. I think that was important to clarify. I didn't get it. Now I get it. Sort of.
From an airplane flight, they take it.
Your pet medications, you know.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car.
Just so heartfelt seeing some of the people. We actually met a man who lost his house, and he's here with his wife, and they're volunteering. I mean, they lost everything. Yeah, I mean, is that common?
Yes, it is. And it's, I've been volunteering for like 33 years. And when you see that, it kind of it makes you feel hopeful of the humanity. You see them experiencing the disaster, and then they turn around and help people who because they've experienced a disaster themselves. So it's really nice and heartwarming to see that, in the community helping each other. Yeah.
Carmela, thank you so much for your time. I know you're very busy. Thank you. It was great to meet you.
Okay, ditto.
Guys, back to you.
Kevin, thank you so much for sharing that story about the man who lost his home but ends up helping others there. It does truly show the best of humanity in circumstances like this.
It really does, and so many people in need right now. Kevin, thank you so much. All right, well, several companies are offering free services to those affected by the fires. From Uber rides to discounted hotel fees, there's a handful of generous assistance being offered. One of those services is for dogs by a company called Dogtopia. And we are joined by the general manager of Dogtopia of East Pasadena, Michaela Morris, and the owner, Jen Moore. Thank you so much both for joining us this morning. You guys do dog daycare services.
Yes, that's right. Thank you so much for having us.
Oh, it is our pleasure. Ladies, so many people are moved by the Eaton fire and are offering support to those who are impacted. Can you tell us exactly what you're offering to dog owners and why it is so important to do this?
Yes, our hearts are so heavy for those people who have lost so much in this fire. And some people don't even know right now if they've lost their homes. So what we wanted to do is help them by lifting their burden and providing a place. We're providing 3 free nights of dog care. And it is really premium dog care. So it's not just a shelter for the dogs, but we have open playrooms where the dogs can make friends, play on our agility equipment. We have bubble days and lots of activities for them. And so that it's just one less thing for these families to have to worry about. And we also do have security cameras so that they have the peace of mind to be able to peek on their dogs throughout the day.
Yeah, ladies, this is such a huge thing. People have to think of themselves, oftentimes their children, sometimes elderly relatives who can't care for themselves. And then you've got your pets who you also have to make a plan for. A lot of people still under evacuation orders, and often people find a place to stay that doesn't welcome their pets, or maybe it's a household that doesn't feel comfortable. So this is really part of the planning you have to make sense of in disaster. So this is huge for a lot of people.
Yeah, we've heard a good amount of feedback from some people that we've already helped and some of our current clients that unfortunately luckily they found shelter, and it's just either a hotel that their pet can't come with them to, or they have a lot of family in their house right now or wherever they're staying. And so being able to not worry and know that their dog's safe and be able to check in on them has been a burden lifted for a lot of them, I think.
Oh, we just can't resist that little face in between you ladies right now.
So sweet.
Oh, making us smile. Ladies, tell us how people who need your help can reach you guys. I know there are people watching and saying, hey, I could really use some help.
Yeah, so they can definitely, you're welcome to reach out to our phone number, 626-778-0008. If your pup has been neutered and is up to date on vaccines, we will proceed with a quick meet and greet just to get them into the room so they can play safely with the other dogs. If they don't have that, no worries. We are going to be able to house dogs who are unaltered, so either not neutered or spayed, and may not be up to date on vaccines. They'll just be in a separate area, and they'll get private potty breaks and little walks around the room with some of our coaches. But either way, we can take in anybody who needs help. So feel free to reach out so we can take your pup in.
And that's Dogtopia of East Pasadena.
You know, Jen, I don't know if you remember, I was actually out there for a story I was covering completely unrelated to you guys, but I came in and interviewed you, and you do have a wonderful facility, a great place for your dogs to be. So we certainly do appreciate the help. What kind of feedback are you guys hearing right now from the community?
Unfortunately, As we've heard already, unfortunately not great. We have a few staff members who have lost their homes or are at least unsure of the status. We have a lot of clients as well who have been able to check in and are aware that they either have a lot of damage coming back to or may not have a lot at all. We do have a few dogs that have come in already for shelter, and it seems like it's been really helpful as people are just in a unknown period of time where they don't know where they're going to be going or what's going to be happening next. But the feedback has been not great, but we're happy to help with where we can.
And listen, in situations, of course, on a normal circumstance, someone brings their dog to be boarded, they would have vaccine records and those kind of things. The terrible thing about disasters like this is a lot of people have made it out with their pets and nothing else. How are you handling that part of the process?
If we are able to contact the vet that they go to and that vet has their records available, then we'll try to mediate that for them. But if they don't have vaccine records on them, that's okay. We're just going to give them their own time and their own space to keep the other pups safe, just in case vaccines aren't fully up to date. But we're doing our best to try to mediate. If we can find vaccines for them, if they have a text message from the vet that just says, oh, this was done on this last day, whatever we can do to help get the records in.
And while we have you guys, and of course you specialize in pets, as some people still in areas that may have to evacuate later, what kind of things should you put in your go bag for a pet?
You definitely want to have, one of the baseline things would be food. When things like this happen, the pet stores are often either closed or they're already bought out of all the food. So having a little bag of kibble ready to go is going to be important. Having your vaccine records can also be really important. A leash, a water bowl, some extra water bottles. We're hearing right now that not all the water in Pasadena or in Altadena area is super safe. So needing to have bottled water just in case you're not using tap water is important. But those I would say are the main critical: water, food, and something to keep your dog next to you with.
And I do want to mention that if they are brought here, then we do have food as well here.
Amazing. You guys are doing such important and
really
great work.
are.
Thank you so much for offering all of your support to those who really need it. Michaela, Jen, thank you.
Thank you.
For having us.
All right. Well, as Southern California copes with the devastation caused by the wildfires, many of you want to know how you can help. Well, we want you to know that KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need.
So go to redcross.org/KCAL for information on how to donate, volunteer, or find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text the word Red Cross to 9099. All right, to talk more about the impact of these devastating wildfires and how the county is responding, County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath is joining us live with the latest. Thank you so much for being with us, Lindsay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we heard the latest in the press conference there. Tell us your biggest concerns at this point.
Our biggest concerns are making sure that people stay out of the evacuation order areas. If you've been ordered to evacuate, please leave. These major fires, the Eaton fire and the Palisades in particular, are 0% contained. They are each at more than 10,000 acres, and so these are very large, very dangerous fires, and we are still in red flag conditions through the end of today. So if you've been issued evacuation orders, please leave, not only for your safety and for the safety of your neighbors, but also for the safety of those who are on the front lines trying to protect your community and your property. We know we want them to be successful. They can do that when we get out of the way.
Yeah, the areas affected by these wildfires are under your jurisdiction, Supervisor Horvath. What's it been like for you to tour these areas and see up close and personal how this has affected your constituents?
It is absolutely devastating to see the places where these beautiful communities have been, knowing that these have been people's homes for generations. There are community centers and schools, people talking about, how they went to elementary or grade school in a particular area, and now it's just razed to the ground, is nothing short of heartbreaking. And someone shared with me that she felt like if she just went to sleep and woke back up, it would all change. And it is so devastating to know that not only are we still fighting to get these fires under control, but in the weeks and months ahead, there will be so much more pain and anguish as we sort through what has been lost. And so my heart goes out to each and every person. My team is standing ready to work with everyone in our district. As you said, the Palisades fire is in my district. But so is the Hearst fire, and so was the Woodley fire yesterday that broke out in the Sepulveda Basin. So is the Sunset fire that broke out in the Hollywood Hills. And then when we saw a structure go on fire in Studio City, which was also in my district, all of these simultaneous fires stretch our resources incredibly thin, but it means that there are so many places where people are on the ground fighting to help people. And while I have seen some of the worst of what will happen as a result of these fires, I'm also seeing some of the best in how people are showing up for each other.
Absolutely. And so many people watching this right now out of their homes, in need of so many things. We've talked about companies like Uber, Lyft, Airbnb offering services. We just spoke with a dog daycare that's helping people with their pets. Where are you sending people for resources? Because a lot of people really need all of the basics right now.
So for anyone who's looking for emergency information and access to services provided by the county and other places, you can go to emergency.lacounty.gov, and that's sort of a clearinghouse for a lot of different URLs you'll hear over this period of time. So we collect all of the information so people can go to that one website, emergency.lacounty.gov, to get information about the services that are being provided. But as you said, there are so many community partners and businesses that are stepping up. We also heard that the Y is offering free child care. I mean, there's so many people stepping up to offer the best of what happens when community comes together to take care of each other in these really difficult times. Our Department of Mental Health is also offering mental health support, and I know people are just starting to move through some of the traumatic experience this is for them. And so we want to make sure we're providing those services and supporting people as best we can.
Supervisor Horvath, I know you and other county and city leaders spoke to this at the news conference earlier this morning, but maybe it's worth reiterating. What would you like to assure not only your constituents, but everyone in Los Angeles County affected by this fire in terms of the resources that will be available to them, not just in the short term, but also in the long term as they look forward and rebuild?
We have declared a state of emergency in the county. We did that immediately on Tuesday afternoon. I know the governor has, and as you saw yesterday, the president has declared the emergency at the national level, unlocking so many resources at every level. We've been calling in thousands of personnel from across the country. So in the short term, we have every resource available to fight each and every of these fires. We are in unified command with people from jurisdictions all across the country helping us. And in the long term, it means that as we look to rebuild and recover, we have every resource available to us while we're sorting through insurance and all of the documentation. We'll be able to access resources at every level as well. But most importantly, the resource that we rely on the most is each other. And so that personnel resource, we are all here at the ready to help people. We know that this is an extremely painful time, and we want to help you get through it as best as we can.
LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, thank you so much for all the information and for all the work you're doing as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get over to our Jamie, who is in Malibu this morning. She has the latest on the Palisades fire. Jamie?
Well, Sheba and Rachel, as you've been talking about all morning, and I was just hearing that interview, this has just been such a destructive fire. In fact, the most destructive fire in Los Angeles County history. I want to go ahead and show you where I'm standing. We have some images for you of what it looked like before the fire. And you can see this is a residential area along PCH. You can see cars, homes. People would come out here on vacation. Some people had these as second homes. They were primary homes. I met a woman once when I was out here who was lovely, who just loved being next to the water and found just such joy in that. But I want to come back out here live. And so you just saw that picture where this is where a mailbox was at one point in time. You could see in that picture. So people would come out from their homes, they'd be able to get their mail. The front door was just right there as you would enter then the property. And as you can see, here's the burned out car that was in that image that we were able to find online. I do want to bring in Fabian Herrera now with Los Angeles County Fire. And thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Well, tell me a little bit. You were actually in Santa Monica and you witnessed this all just explode.
Yeah, so my regular job is I'm an ocean lifeguard specialist, and I was working on the beach, lifeguarding the beach, and then I just kind of, as I'm scanning the water, look over to the horizon and I see plume of smoke with flames, and that turns out to be, it was the origin point, Backbone Trail, and I just saw it like unfold. It was yeah, as the wind started picking up and just kind of raging in a northwesterly direction, the fire just exploded, and within an hour it was already at the ridge of the top of like the Palisades homes. And I mean, here's a clear example of how the winds, this was primarily a wind-driven event, and even like these structures here having this large perimeter of like clear protection stood no chance to just the flames being delivered by the wind. And now you have areas like this, like an iconic PCH, down coast of Malibu, up coast of Topanga Canyon, these beachfront homes, all, or for the most part, all destroyed or at least affected in some sense. And I mean, Volkswagen Beetles, you'd expect to see that driving down PCH, and now this is what you have left of it. So. And
I know we were talking a little bit earlier. You live on the other side of the hill. You live in Tarzana. You're still concerned about this fire and the movement of it.
Right now, it's still being pushed in a northwesterly direction with the winds. But one of the main things that's expected to happen as the winds start to like wind down is it may start to do a backburn. But fire crews are trying to get ahead of that, and they have teams, obviously making airdrops, ground units, still attacking on this side of the face. But you also have other teams like carrying out contingency plans and cutting out lines just in case it starts burning back a little too fast when the winds drop, because then now it's gonna flip from a wind-driven to a fuel-driven, and it's just gonna follow wherever path has more fuels to burn, and the wind is not really gonna make a difference at that point.
So we're not out of the woods yet at all, it's hard to tell from this vantage point, because as we're here, there is just so much destruction and devastation, but things have calmed here, but there's so much more action happening on the other side.
Yeah, all hands are still on deck. All hands on deck, and our primary mission right now remains to still protect lives, try and rescue anyone that may be trapped, or just hunker down in place. I understand some people stayed behind. Some people are asking now to be evacuated because the areas around them have become engulfed. So that's still happening. And while that's happening, you have to assess the weather conditions, what the fire is going to do, how it's going to behave, and then just come up with a plan and carry that out.
And we're witnessing, there's so many crews just going up and down PCH right now. As you're standing here and you're looking out, as someone who works in the area and knows this area very well, comes from over the hill to go to the beach, what goes through your mind when you see all of this gone?
It's very sad, heartbreaking just to see the devastation, and I feel bad for the community here, all the residents that are having to be displaced. But at the same time, you see this sense of unity. We're in unified command, multiple agencies, and just like we're getting support from different sides, and it feels really good to be part of this and just have everyone come together as a team and do our best to protect lives.
Well, we appreciate all your hard work and everyone's hard work out here. Fabian Herrera, thank you so much for being with us. I do just want to go ahead and show you again, these were all homes along here, and this is just one spot we've been in this morning. If you continue down the PCH, you'll see dozens more. You go up along the hillsides, you'll see it is still dangerous out here, as Fabian was talking about. So many people want to know about their property and what's happening with it, and they want people people to go ahead and check on their properties. In some spots, that's still just too dangerous to do right now. There should be some more aerial images, we're told, coming out later that people will be able to see maybe their neighborhoods or some other landmarks. But I can tell you from driving the PCH, this is a stretch of road that you have landmarks that you know. So you're in the Pacific Palisades and you have the gas station that you're aware of and Sunset, and then you get up to the real inn. Well, that's not there anymore. So it's hard to even tell as you're driving along the PCH exactly where you are. And again, just I can't believe we found that image online to show exactly, you know, I can just imagine the person living here going to the mailbox, going in the front door, using the car to drive up and down PCH, and it is all just gone. Sheba and Rachel, back to you guys in the studio. I was incorrect. We are going to go to Rudabay, who is out at the Easton fire this morning. And Rudabay, I know, I just heard an interview from you of a homeowner who lost so much, and the emotions that are overcoming people. I can't imagine what it's going to be like when people can return to this area to see their properties. So I feel for you, too, in talking to these people, and I especially feel for the people who lost their homes.
Absolutely, and the focus on them, the people who lost their lives in this fire. We know 5 people have died. We know more than 1,000 structures have burned to the ground just in this fire alone, in the Eaton fire. It's still smoldering here. It almost is taking on its own climate because of the smoke, and you still see ash falling from the sky. The air quality is terrible. There's a boil water notice in effect right now, and as people return to see what's left, it is going to be so devastating. And especially because this community was known for so many historic landmarks.
It's terrible. It's heartbreaking, and it's shocking to see our community like this.
Altadena is unrecognizable. Historic homes and beloved landmarks gone. Houses of worship in ruin.
You said your son's school burned down?
Yes, it did. Mm-hmm.
Which one was that?
That's St. Mark's.
St. Mark's Episcopal Church on Altadena Drive was still smoldering last night. Directly across the street, Altadena Community Church is also in ruins. And in the heritage area known as Jane's Village, Altadena United Methodist Church is one of the many buildings that burned to the ground. Along Lake Avenue, the Fox's restaurant is gone. It's a landmark that's been serving this community since the 1950s. Also lost, the world's only art museum dedicated to bunnies, a collection that took 26 years to curate. The Altadena Golf Course posted this video showing its property in ashes. And this is the strip mall on Lake and Altadena Drive, where Side Pie once stood. In the foothills, a before and after of the damage at Eaton Canyon Nature Center, which educates children and adults about the native flora and fauna. It's unclear how much of the trail system here has been scarred, but in the days, months, and years to come, there will be hope for healing. And of course, all of Southern California, Los Angeles County, touched by these multiple fires, something we haven't ever seen before. That windstorm, so incredible, so impactful. We have not seen it. And I want to bring in one of our own now, Cara Finstrom, and we talk about how this has touched everyone in our community, and at least not you. This is your community. This is where you live, and you've been walking around looking at what's left of it. What are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it's hard to see. You know, my family was extremely fortunate. We're on one of the blocks that was spared. But all around us, seeing neighbors' homes that have burned to the ground. We've lived here almost 20 years, and our kids were raised here. So these are the streets we rode bicycles down, the places we eat, the places, you know, we've gone to do so many things. My husband had a dental appointment just down this block this morning, and his dentist office is no longer there. So our hearts break for, you know, all of these local people who've lost their businesses and their homes. And I did take a picture, or my husband took a picture. I'm the journalist, but I didn't even take a camera as we were running out because it was so quick. Everything happened so quickly that night. But he took a picture behind our house, and you can see just the hillside full of flames. And, I was getting ready to come in and cover the horrific fire in the Palisades. It was about 6 o'clock at night, and we heard some noises. My husband looked out, then we heard out the back window, and then we heard all the sirens coming. And really within about 45 minutes, because we live just a few blocks from where it was first reported, there was fire spreading, and the sheriff's department was coming through the streets asking people to leave. And the winds were so fierce that it was very frightening. My 2 children were at home, so we wanted to get them to safety, of course, first. And we were sure we had lost our home, to be honest. We just thought we had from everything we saw that night. So we feel blessed to have it, but it is a very mixed feeling because we are so sad for the people all around us.
Absolutely. And you are such an incredible reporter. You've been covering fires for decades. I know you empathize with the people you usually are covering, and now it's you. Now you're the one being interviewed, and it's your community. What is that like?
It's still a little surreal, I think. I did go out to take some photographs yesterday and some video, and the magnitude of it is just, it's hard to see. Street after street, we checked on some homes of friends that were gone, had to share that news with them, which was very difficult. I think, for me, I'm thinking what's next for this community. This is an old community. We had so many historic buildings and homes here dating back to the 20s, and it's part of why we moved here. We just loved it. We're close to the canyon. And never in our 20 years have we had to evacuate or felt threatened. So this really kind of did take us by surprise, even though we talk about it on the news, and I did have a little bag prepared. I certainly wasn't prepared to really leave my home. I don't know, I guess I'm concerned about these families and what's next for them. We don't know when power will be back. We don't know when water will be safe to use. There's just a lot of questions. And as I made my way through the streets, I really was surprised by how many just power lines are down and just how difficult it is to get through and how disorienting it is because all the things I'm used to seeing are not there.
Yeah, the landmarks are gone, kids' schools are gone, entire blocks are gone, and it just must be, you talk about you had the bag ready. You're not the only one, even from our station, who's had to evacuate. There have been so many people, and even though we tell other people how to prepare for something like this, when you're in the moment and the chaos and the panic, it's a different feeling, isn't it?
It really is, and you start thinking about all the people. We have friends in Hastings Ranch. They were hit hard too. We were texting with them, and they were evacuating at the same time. And so much of the Southland just devastated by this right now. There'll be a lot of questions going forward because I know a lot of people here were concerned that we couldn't get more resources in to treat the fire here and just the extent of the loss and the devastation and how best to move forward and prevent similar scenarios in the future. But right now, it's all about the people and making sure everyone has a place to stay. The other thing is we went to the convention center that night. My mom used to, before she passed away, was in the terraces, which was, we've seen the images of all those people who were brought out in wheelchairs and desk chairs. She stayed there, and those people are amazing. We went to the convention center to see how they were and if we could help, and they were treating people with cuts and bruises and seniors who were just so confused. One young man who works there, and I won't share his name because I haven't spoken with him again yet, but he carried out 20 people that night, just one after another. So.
And those images have just rippled across the world, I think, as kind of encapsulating what this did to our community. And, as someone who lives in this community, I think a lot of stories are going to come out about the heroes.
Definitely, and we've had people come out of the woodwork offering to have us stay at their homes, and just, the generosity, the compassion for people is amazing. We were up for a long time and finally just went to a hotel to crash, my husband and I, and we were surrounded by people who've lost their homes. And it's hard to hear their stories one by one. They're similar to ours, raising children here, having family here, just loving this community. One of the things that did survive, which is down this block, is a 1905 big brick structure. It was the electric railway up to Mount Low. And the fact that that is still standing in the midst of all of this, just a testament that, things can move forward, and but it's hard.
And we just spoke with a business owner who owns a Mexican restaurant up the street. Same scenario as your home too, where everything around is just rubble. And then for some reason, one business is still standing or one home is still standing. But the grief is still there. The grief is palpable whether you lost your own place or not, because everyone here is a family. It is a small town in a big city.
It is. On our block, one of my neighbors started a group text immediately, and everyone has been checking in with each other, and it's nice. It's nice to have that sense of kind of a small town, as close as we are to, downtown LA, but it does feel that way.
Our thoughts are with you, of course, and you do such an incredible job day in and day out serving this community, and I hope the community steps up for you too in this time. So thank you so much for being with us. We love you, Cara. We love you. Okay, guys, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, we love you too, Cara.
We
Sending
do.
our support and love as well. It just shows, we're part of the community too.
Absolutely.
It affects us all. Thanks, Ruta Bay. Thank you, Cara.
All right, we're actually following some breaking news right now. LAFD and sheriffs are doing welfare checks in the Palisades fire, and they actually have found human remains at 2 separate locations. Let's get over to our Mark Lou, who has more on that. I know you're digging into the Palisades fire, the damage assessments, and the welfare checks, Mark.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Sheba and Rachel. So LA County sheriffs have confirmed that they went to do welfare checks at 2 locations, as you said, in the Pacific Palisades area. We don't know exactly where those welfare checks were, but they did find what they described as human remains. So they are sending a team of homicide investigators to each location. I just want to remark that because it's homicide investigators does not mean that it was a homicide. It's just these are the detectives that investigate cases where people have passed away. It could be as a result of the fire, or it could be from suspicious circumstances. Either way, a team from their homicide department is going to investigate those cases. Now, we're trying to get some more information about where those bodies or those human remains were discovered. When we get that, we will let you know. But I also want to remark that as Ruta Bay and Cara were talking about the extraordinary devastation that is facing the community of Altadena, there is just also a mirror situation regarding the devastation in the Pacific Palisades area. And SkyCal is now on the south side of the fire footprint for the Palisades fire, looking at the extraordinary devastation that has taken place there. Now, SkyCal for about the last 5 minutes has been looking at around the communities of Sunset Boulevard and in South and Central Pacific Palisades. And there is nothing but rows and rows of homes that have been wiped out. We saw people, this is along Temescal Canyon, so it's a little bit further west. But there at the bottom of your screen near Sunset, Galloway, Fisk, Drummond Street, there are just, this neighborhood is gone. If you see any structures down there, they are the exception. But you can see all along like Drummond Street, Ocampo Drive, nothing remains. Cars there, and occasionally we will see someone like there in the center of your screen, perhaps riding a bicycle or walking through. Just like the community of Altadena, all of these homes have been leveled by fire. And occasionally, like on the right side of your screen, you will see 1 or 2 structures standing. The fire, for some reason, spared those properties, while other homes, entire neighborhoods, entire streets were wiped out. Now, if you come out to my map, I'm going to give you a better idea of where we are looking. So you can see there in your lower right-hand side of your screen, we have been looking at this map all day, this just enormous bright orange fire footprint of the Palisades fire. And SkyCal, I'm going to draw on the screen right here, is floating around in the area right there. They're sort of orbiting there, looking in this direction. So this is the community that we're seeing underneath the fire footprint here, and I'm actually going to remove that fire footprint so we can get it a little bit closer. And these are the communities here. We know that Sunset Boulevard right here and Villa de la Paz suffered tremendous damage. As a matter of fact, yesterday, our own CBS national correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti drove through this area and posted video that showed almost complete destruction. And this entire area, this is what SkyCal is looking at right now. This neighborhood basically wiped off the map, and you can see there's 2 people down there right in the center of your screen sifting through whatever is left of that property there. There are some news media vans in the area, and there's also some first responders that are there. But as you can see here near the intersection of Cary and Galloway, in every direction, the neighborhood is gone. There is absolutely nothing left of this community of Pacific Palisades, very likely destroyed either in the overnight hours between Tuesday into Wednesday or Wednesday morning when the flames were just at their most intense due to the fire and the winds. And I also want to show another quick view of what we were dealing with in terms of the intensity of the heat. What you're looking at here, these two bright spots on the map, are both the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire as seen from infrared imaging from space. These two fires were hot enough to be detected by satellites that do infrared imaging, and I want to look first here at the Palisades fire. Now, the lighter colored areas are areas that were emanating huge heat blooms from 12 to 24 hours ago, and these darker areas that you see here, they're sort of orange. These are the areas that are about 6 to 12 hours old. So these were the hot spots that have been going on overnight and into this morning. And these heat blooms, I can actually remove them and show you a little bit about what's underneath. And you can see right there, this one orange hotspot almost completely encompasses the city of Pacific Palisades. And it's just heartbreaking to know that the reason that this hotspot was there is because buildings were burning. They were putting up so much heat that it could be detected by satellites in orbit. So the one other bit of good news, checking the radar, we do have aerial water drops going on with Fire 1 and Fire 3 on the fire line that is taking place in the northern part of the fire. It's burning in the wilderness there. They are continuing that aerial assault, hopefully getting some superiority on that fire to help the hand crews that are ultimately going to be fighting this fire, perhaps when it gets to southern Encino. That is the very latest from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Appreciate that perspective, Mark. Thank you. Of course, these devastating fires impacting our air quality. Let's check in with Paul Diano now. Paul, this brief lull in the wind we're having is allowing all that smoke and ash to settle.
What we want is for the wind to relax. That's a wonderful thing when it comes to the firefight. It is not a great thing when it comes to the air quality, because now the smoke, the ash, the dust, all the stuff that's been thrown into the atmosphere is now settling down into the air we breathe. Any AQI number above 150 we would consider unhealthy. That would be a bad air quality day. Many of us are well above that threshold right now. Long Beach 153, Van Nuys, San Fernando Valley 155, Alhambra 214. That is very unhealthy. Downtown Los Angeles bumped up to 225. And Santa Monica and the Pacific Palisades region, obviously super close to the fire that's burning there, an AQI of 265. Above 250, it is hazardous air, and that's what we're seeing right now. The opposite part of that coin, the other side of the coin, is that the winds are not that bad right now. The winds are absent in Pasadena, in downtown, in Fullerton. There are no wind gusts. It's just a little breezy outside. Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, 31, 32 miles per hour. That's certainly breezy, but it's not the 70, 80, 90 miles per hour that we had as recently as yesterday morning. San Bernardino, 22 miles per hour, Riverside, 26. They're going to pick back up once again later on today, especially in Orange County and also the Inland Empire. So now through 11 o'clock, we have a window that's closing in about 1 hour where it's going to be the least wind or the most calm that we have been the entire week. Strongest winds this evening as the winds pick back up again will be in the Inland Empire and also Orange County. And whether you have wind or not, the overarching fire danger, which is high to critical, that's sticking around. It shouldn't be this time of year because we should have already received about 3 or 4 inches of rainfall. We haven't. So until we get a soaking rain, we're going to keep talking about the fire danger, and the fires that are already burning will have the opportunity to continue to spread. Want to take you outside to Mount Wilson. This right here is the fire that's burning north of Altadena, and look at all of that smoke and ash and embers that are being put into the atmosphere. This is the reason why we have so much air quality, have so many air quality issues right now. The smoke being put out from just one fire, from the Eaton fire, is being pushed toward Los Angeles and pushed toward our inland valleys. Places like La Cañada, La Crescenta, and all the way south to Long Beach has very bad air quality right now. So what happens moving forward? Because I mentioned that the next couple hours, the calmest part of the week, well, guess what? The winds are going to ramp up again. Once again, nothing like what we saw on Tuesday and Wednesday. That may turn out to be a once-in-a-generation event, so we don't want that to happen again. It's not. We have a wind advisory through mid-afternoon tomorrow for Malibu, for Pacific Palisades, the valleys and mountains north and west of Los Angeles. And then as we look at a high wind warning, that's one step higher. That's back as soon as tonight and lasts through tomorrow morning for the Inland Empire and Orange County. So guys, a break from the wind right now, but air quality will be an issue throughout the day today. Back to you.
All right. Hopefully there's some positive moves during the break in the wind, and we will continue to watch that air quality. We want to get back out to our Jamie and Rudabeh. Jamie is in the Pacific Palisades this morning, and our Rudabeh is in Altadena. Hi, ladies.
Good morning. You know, this is the most destructive fire that LA County has ever seen. We just had a firefighter stop by who said he's been driving PCH for 40 years, and at this section he's never been able to see the ocean because there used to be so many homes along this stretch, and now you see it is just rubble. You can still see some of the smoldering. We can see a dishwasher right there. We saw washers and dryers where people probably had gone to the ocean, thrown those towels in and bathing suits to try to go back out. And you just see, I know this area because I've stayed out here before. There are multiple units where families would come and you'd rent a couple of them together and celebrate different things like birthdays and anniversaries. Just right down from here was Moon Shadow's restaurant. And this is where you can see just how erratic this fire was. Well, this is utter devastation. You have just around the corner from here, all of those homes are okay. And that's what we're hearing in this section of the Palisades fire, is that because the winds were so erratic, it would hit one spot and just take off from the hillside all the way to the ocean. But in the Palisades itself, we are hearing a completely different story, just neighborhoods gutted throughout, and many people not able to now get back to see, and asking us if we can go check on their homes. And that's going to be the really devastating part. And Rudabeh, I know that you have been talking to people who have now come back to their homes there, and there's nothing left.
There's nothing left of homes, of businesses, of really the feel of the community, that they feel like a family here. Altadena is a small town near downtown LA. That's what we like to say. And so much of it was, quirky businesses like the Bunny Museum that took decades to collect all of their memorabilia, old historic homes that have been here for generations and decades, and a lot of seniors. You know, you heard Cara talk about her own family living in one of those senior living facilities. And I think what strikes me is the historic nature of this fire, how it is impacting everyone across our community, including people at our own station, people who have had to evacuate. Our Cara Finstrom is looking at the damage not only as a reporter, but now as one of the fire victims who had to be evacuated here, knowing that history, knowing the people who are touched by it, if you're not touched by it yourself. And so I think that is really what's been striking me now. It's so ominous. You talk about the things, Jamie, you've been showing things on the property where you are, where it's just relics and memories, and you can piece together how people used to use these things in their homes, what their homes used to look like. And you see that here too. You see staircases to nowhere with flames still burning underneath them. And you imagine what people are going to see when they come back. So we will continue this coverage, of course. And that wraps it up for us now. Jamie is in Malibu, and I am in at the Eaton Fire in Altadena, and we want to toss it over now for the KCAL News at 10.
Thank you, ladies. Good morning. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 10. Today is Thursday, January 9th. I'm Amy Johnson.
And I'm Chris Holmstrom. Thank you for joining us.
We are continuing our coverage on the wildfires burning out of control across LA County. Let's get you the latest on all the major fires burning right now. Breaking right now is the Palisades fire. It's burning in the Pacific Palisades and Malibu. 2 sets of human remains have been found during welfare checks. More than 17,000 acres have burned, and there is no containment. Buildings, countless damaged and destroyed structures are in the thousands. One of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. The Eaton fire is burning in Altadena and Pasadena. It's still at 10,600 acres, but growth has been significantly stopped, although it is 0% contained. It is moving forward. The Sheriff's Department will update fatality numbers, but 5 people have died. More than 1,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and the cause of the fire remains unknown and remains under investigation.
All right, let's go to the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills. This is between Runyon Canyon and Waddles Park. We know nearly 43 acres burned and forward progress stopped. Thankfully, all evacuation orders were lifted at 7:30 this morning.
The Hearst fire in Sylmar is now at 855 acres that have burned. It is also 0% contained. Crews have been handling flare-ups overnight, and there is more devastation out in Studio City, where another new fire broke out last night.
Yeah, Sky Cow is overhead as several homes burn, including this massive home. We were capturing this breaking news as it unfolded. Flames are now knocked down. No evacuation orders are in place for this area. And KCAL News reporter Amanda Sorrentino joins us live from a neighborhood here in Altadena.
Amanda, it's been really so dangerous for residents to even come back and look at the damage. You are their eyes and their ears. Tell us what you've been seeing.
Yeah, Amy, so we are on the corner of Lake in New York. It's kind of chaotic here, actually. So sheriff's deputies are blocking anyone from trying to get into their neighborhoods. A lot of people trying to come back right now to see what's left because people just don't know. They're just seeing the images that we are showing on air. And so people are just wondering what's going on. Lots of people, if you look across the street here, they've been waiting for hours now to just try to get through. I saw that you were getting very emotional. Do you know anything about your house?
It's all burned down. Everything, my kids' school, our community, our neighbors' houses, everything is just burned down. Everything is gone.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I am so sorry. What happened on the night that you guys had to evacuate?
We were having dinner. I told my 3-year-old and my 1-year-old that I told them that we're having a fancy candlelight dinner because the power went out. And then we looked outside, we saw a huge fire, and we just packed whatever we can, and we ran out. It was chaos on the streets. People were trying to get out. We thought we're going to come back tomorrow, so we didn't even pack anything. We had nothing. We left everything with our 3 and our 1-year-old, and my 3-year-old keeps asking me, Mama, when are we going to go home? Everything, all his friends' houses burned down. The Farnsworth Park that we would go to, the hikes, we would go to the libraries, his little school, ACC, like all of our community is just devastated.
I'm so sorry, and we can see the devastation and the loss here, and this is what a lot of people are coming home to now. Are you trying to get over to your house right now?
I just wanted to see if anything's left. We had everything, like the sentimental things. Like my mom passed away. I had only a few things of hers left. My wedding dress, our wedding album. We left everything. Our albums, we have just whatever we're wearing. We're wearing the same thing for the last 2 days.
And when you have gone through this area, I mean, what are you thinking about when you see Altadena now?
My heart is broken. I love you, Altadena. I love this community. I love the people in Altadena. We have meshed so well. Everybody's so kind. I have patients that live here. I think about my patients, my family. These are family. Everybody here, we're just so tight knit. And it's just devastating to see all this. You can't even go. Some people left out of town, hey, check out my house, and we can't even go to check on their house.
What's next for you, or do you even know what's next?
I'm trying to figure out how to tell my 3-year-old that we don't have a home and we don't have a school. We don't even know where to go, what to do next. We're staying at a friend's house. That's all short term.
I'm so sorry. And as my photographer is panning through, the neighborhoods are all leading up to the ridge of what's been just devastated by the fire that came through. Thank you so much for sharing your story. We really, really appreciate it. And we really wish you guys all the best of luck. I can't imagine what you guys are going through. Thank you. We're going to keep going across the street now where you can see a little bit more of what's going on. They're slowly letting cars through, but sheriff's deputies, if you do want to come down, they're not going to let you come. There's a huge backup going down New York Drive right here of people trying to make their way in. A lot of people stopping, asking if they can go, and you're going to get a hard no. They don't want anyone going back there. There is the issue of the possibility of looters. I did talk to some people that were trying to cross the street here. You can see some emergency crews trying to make themselves in right now too. But some residents were saying, I'm glad they're not letting people back because we don't want people going into these homes. But to be completely honest, if that was on your mind to get through, to go through any of this rubble, there's not a lot left right now, and it's a dangerous situation. We're still seeing a lot of little hot spots everywhere, a lot of power lines down, and then when these winds came through, it not only brought the power lines down, it brought a lot of trees too. So the roads aren't safe to be on, and that's a big reason why they are blocking people from this area. Are any of you guys trying to get back to your home right now? You all are. You're all trying to get back. How long have you guys been waiting here?
We just got here.
You just got here. Has anyone been waiting here for a bit? Yeah, are you trying to get back?
I was here until 3 o'clock last night. We set up a two horsepower pump in our backyard. We were carrying it around to the different pools and putting out fires. We were able to save quite a few houses. If you look on the fire map at the corner here, we stopped the fire line at a few houses, kind of cut it out. I stayed here until 3 a.m. Putting out embers. Once I got too tired, I decided to go home or go to my safe place. Got here at 6. They said that at 9 they'd probably let us new information, but it's been the same since. I just want to get back down there and start putting out more embers and see what I can do.
Do you know if your home is still standing there?
My home, it should be. I left last night. Our house and the two houses next to us are still there. The houses behind us are gone, and the houses to the left. But the house on the corner is there, but all the houses surrounding that. It was a huge community effort. There was about 20 of us with all the garden hoses, grabbing buckets, filling up the buckets, passing them. If it wasn't for all of us there, the whole block would have been gone.
Okay, so what block is that, so people know?
This block right here, New York Drive and Lake on the west side. So there are 1 or 2 houses that are more east of the corner that did go down, but majority of the neighborhood's still around, and we kind of stopped it at the corner. But going up north, the houses still kind of, some of them went down closer to El Molino, but before I left, the firefighters were trying to knock down the ones that were still up. The one issue was the gas lines were still on until about 9 o'clock last night. And once the gas lines were turned off, I was able to then put out all the embers that were still up. So, we were lucky, but hopefully I can get back there and get it wet again, and before any winds pick up, and we can really stop it.
Yeah, and why do you feel the need that you need to step in with those other guys when there are all these firefighters here? Is there just not enough?
No, it was just kind of in the mindset of, courage isn't the lack of being afraid, it's being afraid and choosing to do something. And, I was just lucky enough to have the opportunity and resources, and came up in the morning to see what the condition of the house was after evacuating Tuesday night, and saw that everyone had stayed and was trying to fight the fires. And if my neighbors were here, I wasn't going to let them be alone. If we were all doing it together, then we have to stick together to try to make this out.
Okay, so since you've been here waiting, what have you been told by sheriff's deputies about trying to get back?
They told us 9 o'clock was going to be an update. They seem to have done a shift change, and no new information. When I first got here, they said the reason they were stopping people from going was because people were breaking into houses. I was here till 3 a.m. There were people going up and down the street, but when I asked them what they were doing, they had come back to get their stuff and were heading out. So there was not a lot of people, at least over here. But when I left at 3, I was, to my knowledge, the only one left in the neighborhood.
All right, so you're just going to wait it out here?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, well, thank you so much, and good luck with everything. We really appreciate it. I mean, there you have it. People are just doing what they can to just save what they can in these neighborhoods, Amy and Chris. But again, no one is going to get past New York Drive at Lake Avenue right here. They have it completely blocked off right now. So all these people just trying to see what's left of their homes. And we've been showing you those images all morning, and a lot of people just questioning, is my home still there? Back to you guys.
And it is just amazing to see the neighbors helping neighbors. They're all in so much crisis, yet they're still helping each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of those two people, two completely different stories. You have the woman who lost her house, the man who's helping people, and both of those seem like two people that you would love to have as neighbors and have that good, kind energy. So
Altadena is such a community, strong community.
Wish them the best, that's for sure.
Yes. You know, we know that people in that community have been stopped in that intersection at New York, but there are some people that have been dealing with the Eaton fire, and they have been able to make it back to their homes to see what is left there. And that is where our Rick Montanez has been talking to some people.
Yeah, Amy, Chris, we're showing you here. I mean, this is the raw emotion of people realizing that their homes are gone. This pair right here just walked up the street and looked around the corner and just, I mean, those were apartments that were around there. And if we can swing the camera back around here and show where I'm standing, this is initially what we planned to show you first. Dozens of homes behind me in this townhome complex that have just been incinerated. I mean, it is almost difficult to even tell how many units were here, but so much on this street just destroyed. And, you know, a lot of people are really wanting to come down and be able to see this. This is El Molino Avenue and Mariposa Street here in Altadena, and this is the Mariposa Townhomes complex here right on the corner. But, you know, somebody just told us walking by that it looks like a bomb went off, and you really feel that when you come around and see all of this destruction here, and it's horrific and difficult to see. And we come around here on the street and you see on the other side, this was a business here, a large building. There were a lot of homes in the area, and then now this, I mean, it's stunning to see everything that burned so quickly and so intensely that you can't even really tell what it was. I will show you this building, what it was before it burned down, but I want to also show you over here, there's more people gathering, looking at the destruction, comforting each other. It is hard to see that, you know, what the loss that they're feeling. We've been describing it all morning, and for a lot of us, we understand it because these are our communities. And you see this building here. This was it looked like a business center, a paint shop, and an insurance office. But what I want to try to bring up here on my phone is to show you the contrast of what was. We're going to get focus here once I get this established. So this is the building where you see that State Farm sign, that office building we were just looking at. I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit so you can get a better idea. So you see there were a bunch of storefronts there as we move this view around. This is the building here on the corner that I was just saying. I'll show you in a second. Look at that. And it's just all gone now. I mean, it's incredible to see these before and after. And then this is the townhomes, Mariposa Townhomes, where we were just standing in front of the first time you saw me here, and all of it is just gone. It's such a stark contrast to see everything that has been lost. We're going to come around again here and see. It looks like there's more people walking up right now. They just pulled up in their car. Gosh, it's so hard to see this. The emotions as they come to realize what is left of their home, which is nothing. Yeah, it's so tragic to see what's going on out here, and really to understand how much has been lost here in this community. Again, El Molino Avenue and Mariposa Street here in Altadena. You know, it's typically I will go up, but you can see the emotion on them.
I get that. I respect that.
We've got to give them their space for now. But you guys, this is what we're seeing out here, and
Rick, we hear the emotion
It's
in your
bad.
voice, and we know that you have been covering news in Los Angeles for a long time, like Chris and I both. And, the fact that you are not numb to this is a testament of who you are. To see this ongoing destruction for a couple of days now, and it is still so emotional to you and to so many of us. We've seen so many burned out buildings, so many burned out homes. We've heard the horrifying stories, and yet it is still so emotional, and it is so tough to see these people, inside this rubble. Is their memories, things that cannot be replaced.
And it's
Right.
stories like this that
And
show
it's
us why we have to
it's so hard,
come
you guys.
together for this community. Go ahead, Rick.
Right, and we understand the devastation when we cover these incidents year after year, and we see so much tragedy throughout our years of working in this industry, and we always feel for them. But a lot of times it is for us. We have a job to do. We get in it. We obviously can show compassion to people that we talk to, and we compose ourselves to deliver the news and the facts and the information. But when you see something like this that we've never seen before, it's sometimes hard to hold that back and to understand what so many people will be dealing with, what they, how do they deal with it? And so many people, I'm getting messages from people asking me to check on their properties, and I would love to be able to go around and do that. It's just so hard to do it. There's so much widespread damage from these fires.
Yeah, it is.
It's
We
a
have
reminder
never
for
seen
us
anything like
if
this.
you know anyone who lives in these communities or impacted by all this destruction, reach out to them, send them a text message, ask if they need help, because it's those little things and those little acts of kindness that make you feel appreciated and make you feel not alone when you could feel so alone like these people do.
Yeah, and even though these people, so many are being kept away from their homes, it does bring some sense of closure, some sense of just comprehension to see it. And we understand why they want to go and they want to see it. They need to make sense of it. And eventually they will try to gather anything that may have survived the fire. But right now, you can still see smoke coming up from some of these piles of what used to be a home. And there are still a lot of hot spots. We can see some smoke right there. And it is just tough to see these people standing in this.
And Amy and Chris, one of the things that I heard Jasmine Veal say the other day is, when these people are losing everything, you see them grasp onto anything they can because they're losing it all. So when they want to come see these properties, they want to see if they can find anything. It's just grasping at what you can possibly save, which we know for the most part is going to be next to nothing. But you just got to feel for how devastating this is for them.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It doesn't make sense to them. It doesn't make sense to us. And as the day goes on and the days go on, we'll have to figure out how to do this together and heal together. And there's a lot of resources that are out there that we're putting on our website, KCAL Cares, and we'll talk about this a little later on. But whether you need help for volunteering or raising money.
Amy and Chris, if you're still...
Go ahead, Rick.
Are you guys still with me?
Yes.
We are, yeah.
I've got someone here who says he lives in the area. He's taking some photos. I'm Rick with KCAL. We're live on the air. So can you just share with us what it's like to see all of this right now?
Just pure devastation. I've never seen anything like this before. This is the second time I've had to evacuate since I moved here 10 years ago, but this just blows everything out of the water. It's apocalyptic, it's chaotic, it's
Have you been able to see if your home is still standing?
My home is standing, but it's one of the few homes in the area. And I have a lot of guilt about that because I have a lot of people that I care about and the community that are just completely devastated. And I live 3 houses down from Franklin Elementary, which burnt down. And just having fireballs of ember crashing down randomly, and you're the one that gets spared. It's not fair.
Yeah, that's got to be difficult to understand how that how your house was spared while others weren't. You know, I talked with another neighbor out here in this community who was saying, you know, he's grateful for that, but he feels like the community likely could never be the same because so much has been destroyed.
No, I was just hanging out by Franklin Elementary and just taking pictures, and some neighbor that I've never met before came and we just hugged and cried. Never met each other before, but we just shared that same pain and just the question mark of what's coming next. We have no idea. We're going moment to moment right now. It's complete chaos. You look to your left, you look to your right, and houses that have been there for years, decades are gone. Complete neighborhoods wiped out, lost.
Yeah, one of the things I was noticing is, you know, the shops, the restaurants, the businesses, dental offices. It's what makes the community, and it's not just homes or just a strip mall lost.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I used to come here and get my hats shaped, and now it's gone. You know, the stores, they're all small shops, mom and pop shops, very, very intimate. You get to know the people, and you come here often, and it's just gone. It's all gone. And places that I would go to for breakfast, places that I would go to meet with friends and family, it's all gone. And it's on a massive scale. You know, it's not like one or two houses and it's just a sad situation. It's a massive scale. We don't know how to rebuild this. We don't even know how the insurance companies are going to give a damn, to be honest with you, about this, because the destruction is on such a massive scale.
Right. And so do you feel like it's even hit you yet, or that you're still processing?
I'm still definitely in shock. I'm definitely in shock, and I'm exploring, and I'm just realizing that there's more to be shocked about. So I'm in this perpetual state of shock right now.
Right. It's every corner you turn, you see more and more and more.
Yeah, and the quality of the air. Last night was horrible. Last night we were up until 2, 3 in the morning just making sure no one is breaking into our houses, because there's a whole other level of chaos, a whole other nightmare at night. People that come here to prey on the suffering that's been going on.
Which is awful. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Yeah, it's Vaco.
Vaco, thank you so much for talking with us. I appreciate it. We wish you the best in such a horrible time, but thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. So Chris and Amy, you heard his words here. I mean, it's hard to really describe, but it's difficult out here.
Yes, and they will hopefully come together just inch by inch to try to rebuild. That's all they can do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rick. We are just continuing to bring you the latest information that we can on the fires.
Yeah, we want to check in with Assignment Manager Mark Liu. He's at the desk. He's ready to give us a rundown of where we stand with the fires. Mark.
Yeah, it's just absolutely devastating to hear those stories in Altadena, as Rick Montanez was reporting. In addition to the vast devastation in the Eaton Fire area with all of those homes destroyed, we know 5 people died as a result in some way of that fire. And now we know 2 more may have passed away in the Palisades fire. LA County Sheriff's deputies confirmed to us here at the desk that they did welfare checks at 2 different locations in the area of the Palisades fire in the last 48 hours. And they have discovered what they call human remains at each of those locations. There is now a homicide team that is investigating both of those instances of human remains being found. And the sheriff wanted to stress that even though it is a homicide team that's investigating, it does not automatically mean that these human remains are the result of foul play. It is just that homicide investigators investigate all instances of someone dying, whether they be natural or suspicious. And this is live pictures from SkyCal on the south end of the Palisades fire. And this has got to be a welcome sight for the firefighters that are still battling the flames on the northern end of that fire. These are the 2 Canadian CL-415 Super Scoopers that are on loan to us here in Southern California. They're based out of Van Nuys Airport, and they have been flying both yesterday and today. They are very, very capable fixed-wing aircraft, capable of dropping very, very long swaths of seawater onto these fire lines. They are designed to land or at least touch down in the Pacific Ocean, gather up that seawater, and then head directly to the fire line, which is where they have been dropping that water. Now, what we're seeing here is the southeast end of the Palisades fire. Directly beneath SkyCal is Santa Monica, and we are looking to the west. Now, directly in the center of your screen is where the bulk of the devastation has happened over the last 48 hours. That neighborhood of Central Pacific Palisades near Temescal Canyon and Sunset Boulevard has all been wiped out. The LA County Sheriff and LA City Fire Department says that there are thousands of structures destroyed down there. And this is the current status of the 4 fires, really only 2 fires now in Southern California that are burning. We know the Palisades fire here and the Eaton fire here are still actively burning. The bit of good news, the Hearst fire here in the Sylmar area and the Sunset fire in Beverly Hills are essentially out. The Hearst fire is at 10% containment and is really no active flames. The Sunset fire has had all forward progress stopped. They're calling it essentially a knockdown except for a few hotspots, and we expect these yellow and red area evacuation zones to be lifted. But I do want to talk first about the Palisades fire. We have been watching with SkyCal, active fire on the northern flank now, right around here and here and here. This fire continues to burn through the heavy rugged terrain to the north and this way to the north and northwest as well. However, I will say the western flank of the fire is not as intense as the northern flank. SkyCal had been looking at this flank. I will zoom in here in just a second to show you. There is definitely a long fire line that stretches from the Mandeville Canyon open space area all the way across to Topanga Canyon. And these flames will continue to burn towards the Encino area, and this is going to be a really tough firefight. There's no way ground crews can get in there, and it's going to end up being Phos-Chek and water drops from the helicopters and those super scoopers. The one other place that I want to quickly note is in Altadena. The fire here, there is still fire burning in the hills to the northwest of Altadena. But again, there is about 20 miles of space before it gets up into a populated area. That would essentially be the parts of Little Rock and Palmdale. And so there is going to be a long time before it reaches anything there. We're going to keep monitoring this. We know that there are water dropping helicopters active in the Palisades. They're doing the work, and hand crews as well. That is the very latest from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you so much. We want to give you this look right now as Southern California continues to be under a critical fire risk with those gusty winds mixed with extreme dry conditions. Now, the winds are expected to stay strong enough to carry embers to spark more fires. Now, we know how far those embers can travel, and they're not easing. So we do want to go to meteorologist Alex Biston for what we can expect for the rest of the day, the rest of the night, and the rest of the week. Alex?
And Chris, that is a really big question because, of course, the wind has been the driving factor behind all of this extreme fire behavior. And we have been watching the winds. We will continue to watch the winds. Want to start off, this is a live look this morning over LAX. This is our LAX sky camera. You can see all of the haze out there, all of the smoke from the fires that are burning here. So air quality definitely impacted today, too. It's one of those days you want to try to stay inside. If you're outside, definitely wear a mask if you can. And you know what? Over the past few hours, we have seen the wind gust tick up just a bit. Of course, nowhere from what we saw yesterday, but you know what? It's still quite blustery, especially across some of our wind-prone communities. So areas, mountain communities, below passes, through canyons, especially through the I-5 corridor, Simi Valley. We've seen winds tick up just a bit up through our Ventura County mountains, Santa Monica mountains, too, areas like Camarillo, and of course Orange County, the Inland Empire, Palm Springs, too, looking at wind gusts as strong as 48 miles per hour right now. Air quality is unhealthy to very unhealthy across the LA basin. Of course, the San Gabriel Valley, smoke is going to linger pretty much through the next few days because once we kind of get rid of the wind, the smoke has nowhere to go. It is bone dry out there. We're still talking about humidity values in the teens and single digits. Fire risk with us today and tomorrow. And then by this weekend, again, still not looking at any rain. And you know what? We will have the possibility of more wind in the forecast, too. Back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you for that. And of course, we are continuing our coverage on the wildfires burning out of control across LA County. Here's what's happening right now. The Palisades fire burning in Pacific Palisades and Malibu. As Mark was just telling us, 2 sets of human remains have been found during welfare checks. More than 17,000 acres have burned and there is no containment. The damaged and destroyed structures are in the thousands, and it is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles.
Yeah, and let's go to the Eaton fire. This fire also creating a lot of damage. This is burning in Altadena in Pasadena. The latest numbers show it's at 10,600 acres, but growth here has been significantly stopped. That's good news right there. However, there's still a lot of work to do. There's still 0% contained. Also, moving forward, the Sheriff's Department will update fatality numbers. Right now, the latest number we have is 5. 5 people have died in the Eaton fire. As for structures that were damaged or destroyed, over 1,000 of them. That includes homes and businesses. At this point, the cause of both fires remain under investigation, and it's only a matter of time, and hopefully we get an answer to what may have sparked these fires.
Absolutely. And there is also the Sunset Fire, Chris, in the Hollywood Hills between Runyon Canyon and Wattles Park. Nearly 43 acres burned. Fortunately, the forward progress of this fire has stopped, which is great news, and all of the evacuation orders have been lifted.
And there's the Hearst fire in Sylmar, 855 acres that burned there. This one also 0% contained. Crews, they handled flare-ups overnight.
And there was more devastation out in Studio City, where another new fire broke out last night. SkyCal was overhead as several homes burned, and this massive home collapsed. Flames are now knocked down, and no evacuation orders are in place for this area. We do want to check back in with our Luz Delia Caballero.
Yeah, she's live in Malibu with a look at the devastation from the Palisades fire. Luz Delia, just going up and down that PCH strip. So much loss, so many homes no longer there.
We are having some issues with our signals. Malibu is certainly a tricky area to be reporting from, and then you get all of these people with their cell phones, and it makes it even more difficult. We're certainly going to check back in with Luz Delia in just a little bit. And, you know, you really don't have to live close to any of these wildfires to be affected by them.
Yeah, the smoke is traveling across Southern California. So here's what you need to know to protect yourself. The best thing, stay indoors to minimize exposure. That's the biggest thing you can do. Also, your pets, keep them inside because unhealthy air, it's toxic to them. You can also check your air filters. Dirty ones, they make matters worse, and high efficiency ones, they make everything better. Also, don't burn candles or incense indoors, even when the power's out. You can use a flashlight or headlamp. And finally, discard spoiled food, even if it was in the freezer, because when the power goes out, thawing spoils everything, and refreezing will not help you.
Yeah, there are so many of us that still are without power.
And you're without power right now.
A couple of days now without power, and you know, it's tough. And those helpful tips, you know, we've got to throw everything out.
Right, and it's things that you don't think about.
Exactly,
you know?
Exactly. All right, we are now joined live by Dr. Cedric or Jamie Rutland. He's a smoke expert and national volunteer medical spokesperson with the American Lung Association. Thank you so much for joining us. First, now, what groups are most impacted or susceptible for having problems right now?
Yeah, there's a couple of ways to think about this. The first way to think about this is individuals who are healthy without medical problems. The individuals that are at most risk are any newborn child up to the age of 5 years of age. You also have people who are over the age of 60 and pregnant females. These are the individuals who are normally healthy, let's say. These are the individuals who are most at risk. And then obviously individuals with chronic medical problems like chronic lung diseases like asthma, COPD, individuals with cardiovascular disease, coronary artery disease. We know that wildfire smoke can induce significant atherosclerosis and cardiovascular disease. You'll see an uptick in myocardial infarctions in those areas as well. So this is a population of patients to be worried about, and neurologic conditions. We know that carbon monoxide poisoning contributes to neurologic disease, and that's one of the things you're going to see in this area of the country right now as well.
Yeah, good to know. You know, we're urging people to stay indoors, but, you know, viewers, some of them have to be outside. So what precautions can they take? And are there precautions that we can also take inside?
Yeah, the precautions that you can take when you're outside, here are the things that are the most important. Again, every breath you take, you're inhaling that environment. And so you want to reduce the burden of particles that you're inhaling. So if you're going to be outside for a significant amount of time, you do want to wear a mask. Now, there's a surgical mask. There are N95 masks. If you wear a surgical mask, you're going to reduce that burden by 20%. If you wear an N95 mask, you're going to reduce that burden by about 80% in terms of the particles. You also want to cover your skin and also protect your eyes, because there are all kinds of molecules that are floating around in the air, different liquids, different solids, different gases that have a significant impact on your health, increasing that inflammatory response.
So even those N95 masks that we have from the pandemic, those are still better than nothing?
Those are better than nothing. 100% the N95 mask that you have in your cabinet from the pandemic, or the surgical mask that you have in your cabinet from the pandemic, definitely. Again, for me, I've got a 12-year-old, I've got a 9-year-old. My 12-year-old has asthma. So if she has to go outside for a particular point of time, I make sure that she has a mask that she's wearing, because I know that the same molecules that are involved in her asthma are going to be upregulated because of that smoke that's outside.
Well, you know, the smoke has been in the air for days and will continue to be in the air. So what are some long-term impacts that people might be dealing with?
Yeah, it's such a great question. When you look at the wildfire is not just burning wood and burning dirt. When you look at burning of dirt, you're going to increase the amount of fungal spores that are in the air. So people can develop fungal disease, inflammation, infection. You can develop bacterial lung disease as well, because there's more bacteria latching on to these particulate matter particles that are floating around in the air. So you're going to see some pneumonias. I've got a couple of cases. I remember from the last wildfire escapade, a lot of patients presented with fungal disease. Long-term wise, when you burn houses, you're burning plastic. Plastic and the chemicals that are created secondary to that burn contribute to diabetes and other endocrine organ problems, which is really, really interesting. So you may see more diabetics in the future because of that. You're definitely going to see a lot of asthmatics because you're increasing the inflammatory process in that airway as well.
Dr. Rutland, thank you so much for being with us. Everyone needs to remember, take those masks with you, keep all of those masks handy, and don't go out without them.
Yeah, we did that one story, Amy, with that one guy who rescued the home in the Franklin fire. Then he tried to rescue his girlfriend's home in the Malibu fire, and he said that he was still having issues months later. He still felt his insides not the same, so definitely a good reminder for all of us.
Absolutely. Well, authorities are battling looters on top of fires in LA County. 20 people have been arrested this morning. At a news conference, County Supervisor Catherine Barger and DA Nathan Hochman vowed to hold those looters accountable.
In the midst of the emergency, we've all seen individuals who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable, and I promise you, you will be held accountable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis.
If you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment.
It's hard to imagine people preying on others when they are so vulnerable and such a difficult time for so many people, and to take that and use that is just, it really is despicable. And I'm so happy that, you know, our leaders are taking charge of this and making sure that they're being punished.
I mean, they have no choice. Unacceptable is one, but it's also disgusting. I mean, you look at Santa Monica, and part of that evacuation zone, they had to have a curfew in place because if they see anybody on the streets, obviously they might not be supposed to be out there. I know in the Runyon Canyon fire, we had a reporter out there last night talking a little bit about, you know, potential looters and how to make sure that your home is safe. But it's another example of we got to look out for each other. And if you see something, say something, call police, call 911, just let them know.
Yeah, it's tragedies that like this that really bring out the best in some who are willing to help strangers and to risk their own lives to fight fires of their neighbors. And then it also can bring out the worst in people, and it is tough to see.
But we all know there's still more good than bad. But
Absolutely.
We'll keep those bad down. At least we'll try. Let's talk a little bit about the victims. If you are displaced or you know someone who lost their home, there is temporary housing being offered. This is pretty cool. 211 LA, they're partnering with Airbnb to offer free temporary shelter for people displaced from their homes by the fires. There's also evacuation centers set up in Westwood. There's one at the Westwood Recreation Center on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. They do accept small animals, so if you have any cats or dogs, they are welcome. You can also go to the Pasadena Convention Center. This is on 300 East Green Street in Pasadena. In Woodland Hills, there are 2 evacuation centers, one at El Camino Real Charter High School, that's on 5440 Valley Circle Boulevard, and at Pierce College on 6201 Winnetka Avenue. Pierce College is accepting those large animals.
Yeah, there are other resources available also for you. Uber and Lyft offering credits and vouchers to get out of evacuation zones. Uber is offering a $40 credit for trips to an active shelter. You can use the promo code Wildfire25. Lyft offering $25 vouchers valid for 2 trips. Use the code CA Fire Relief 25. AT&T announcing it's offering wildfire areas unlimited data, talk and text through February 6. Verizon announcing it will waive call, text, and data charges for customers in the hardest hit areas. The company also deployed free Wi-Fi and charging stations at 3 wildfire shelters. And Planet Fitness is offering evacuees and first responders free access to their facilities, including showers, locker rooms, and Wi-Fi. All of this so important. You know, we take so much of this for granted, and when you don't have it, it's really important that
you want to make sure that you're actually going, to their website and contacting them and not being scammed into, someone trying to take your money or take anything. So
there are a lot of options available for you, but we are continuing to follow some breaking news. We want to check in with Mark Liu.
Yeah, that's right. Chris and Amy, there's a situation developing at Mount Wilson, which is a major transmission center for Southern California in terms of radio relays and other telco information. The Eaton fire is now approaching the peak, Mount Wilson. This is live pictures from our camera and transmission center on the top of Mount Wilson, currently being operated by our transmission operator, Fernando Burris. He is moving that camera, but you can see the Eaton fire is still very active, moving north. Mount Wilson is approximately north of, say, the Sierra Madre area, a little bit to the northeast of Altadena. And the fire is now creeping up, approaching the peak. And we have actually seen some active flames right behind that building there. Now, that building used to house some equipment, transmission equipment for 97.1. It's unclear what is 97.1 FM. It's unclear what is in that building now. But just moments ago, we saw some flames peek up from behind the roof of that building. So we know that the Eaton fire is actually approaching the Mount Wilson peak, and it has been a major radio and television transmission spot for about the last 80 to 90 years. It was first erected in 1947 as a pioneer radio station back then. We have had our transmission equipment up near the top there since 1986. So it is really important for radio transmissions in Southern California because it is very high and it gives an exceptional viewpoint for the entire Southern California area. So it is able to broadcast and receive radio transmissions. So law enforcement, fire, and media, television stations, and radio use Mount Wilson as a major broadcast point. And you can see there is just smoke piling into this area here as the flames appear to be just below the peak there where our camera is. Now, if you come out to my screen, I can give you an idea on the map where this is. What we're looking at right here is the Eaton fire, and Mount Wilson, you can see right near the top of your screen, is here, which is an indication that the Eaton fire has now basically reached a few miles north from the last footprint. And what we're looking at is these structures here, these radio towers and buildings. Our camera that you were just seeing is right about here. So seeing that this fire is just that close coming back out to the map, our camera is right about there. So we expect to see fire right along here. Now, the one bit of good news is while I've got the map here, I'm going to switch to the radar, and I can tell you that there are water dropping aircraft and Phoscheck dropping aircraft in the area. We just saw some Phoscheck come from one of the planes here. This is Lead 53. This is the one that's calling out the direction for the Phoscheck drops. So there are aircraft here. They just left. I believe they're down probably in this area right here. That are going to go back to the Mount Wilson area to try and save it. Let's go back to RM1 to the camera if we can see Mount Wilson again. It's just very concerning that the fire has reached that level. There is going to be a concerted effort to try to save this equipment up here because it is critical for broadcast and reception in the Southern California area. I'm going to keep monitoring this, Chris and Amy, and let you know if they're able to stop the flames up there, but they are getting pretty close to the peak.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like whack-a-mole. You see a new thing pop up, and these fire crews work fast.
Yes, they
do.
do.
I mean, we saw them dropping that FOS check, and having the 3 helicopters and planes in that area definitely helps a lot.
The resources are there, and it's a welcome sight.
And
definitely.
thankfully, light winds,
Yes.
which is the biggest thing. But let's talk more about these returns of people going home to their neighborhoods. Obviously emotional, but it's happening in Pasadena, and it's been practically wiped out in that area by the Eaton fire. It's just hard to hear these stories sometimes.
Yes, it has been, and people are taking a look at what's left of their homes, if anything. And for many of them, it's the first time this morning that they are getting a look. KCAL News reporter Amanda Sorrentino has a special connection with one of the residents making her way back today. Amanda.
Yeah, Amy and Chris, yesterday morning when we were here in this neighborhood, a lot of these homes were still burning down early in the morning. The winds were extremely strong. And I had to stop at this house because it was one of my dear friends to check on it, because the last time I talked to her, she was evacuating while doing her job. So a lot of people probably know her. This is Natalie Tavidian. She's from KNX Radio.
I love you.
She is one of my closest friends. And while we were on air, I watched her house go and made the call to Natalie. And it was very difficult because this house holds so much love and memories of your family, and I want you to share your story with everyone.
You and I go way back. We've covered devastation left and right, and we always approach it with empathy, and we can empathize with people. But when it happens to you and you're feeling the emotions, we're feeling the story right now, and I could feel you feeling it, and I appreciate that. And I know that was such a hard call to make. I was down the street until 2 in the morning covering this for KNX, and then you came into work at 2 in the morning, and I was trying to fall asleep, and I asked you to check on the house, and that was the most, I know that was a hard phone call to make, and I'm glad that I heard it from you. And you were crying and telling me, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, Nat. And I had about 4 hours to spare before my mom and my brother woke up, and I had to break the news to them. But this is my childhood home. I grew up here. I took my first steps here. I said my first words here. I know you've been here before, and I wanted to have you again soon for my annual Galentine's, but this is going to take a really long time to rebuild. Our family's okay. All I took are photo albums, videos, photos, that kind of stuff.
So with Natalie's story, a big part of it is this home and how much she loves Pasadena and how much her family did too. This is the home her father built, and his story is incredible. And I want you to tell them while we kind of look around as well. I'll have you hold the mic.
Yeah, so I love you. We just broke this down so we can get into the backyard. But when my dad bought this home, his realtor called him at 5 in the morning, and his realtor lived here, and he said, this is a house for sale by owner. They're still asleep, so don't knock on the door. So if you look over there, he came to the side of the street. This is a side house. Corner unit. Corner unit, thank you. I can't find my words today. And all he did was, thank you, all he did was look at the backyard, and he looked up on the mountains, and he said, I'll take it. And he was probably 22 years old at the time. Imagine buying a house at the age of 22. He closed escrow on this house the day he brought me home from the hospital. And my parents had just moved here from Lebanon, and my mom was saying, oh my goodness, we're new to this country. I don't know how we're going to afford a baby. And my dad said, believe me, this comes with, having a baby comes with blessings, right? So they closed escrow on this house, and they brought me home from the hospital, and I grew up here. And the hardest thing is watching my mom deal with this, because yes, this is my childhood home. My brother and I grew up here, but my mom and my dad built this house from scratch. It's been through so many remodels. They put their heart and their soul into this. They loved entertaining people. My dad built a little tiki bar over there in the corner. And they would just entertain guests all the time. The pool was just remodeled, but it took small steps. They didn't have their dream home immediately. It took 36 years to get to their dream home. And I lost my dad at the age of 58 about 3 years ago. So for my mom, she's going from, it's really heavy for her. This is a lot. She's gone from losing her husband to losing the house that she and her husband built together. Yeah.
Natalie, as we walk through the home, we'll walk through a little bit this way. You were pointing to me some of the areas, especially when it comes to just where different memories are from your family, and then when you were evacuating, why that room in the front was so important for you to get to.
So that was the back of the garage, and my parents were like the OG Instagrammers. They had photos, they had videos before anybody else would post photos and videos. So we had albums from, in that corner, from the bottom all the way up to the roof, and photo albums for days, videos, VHS, high 8. Yeah, you're walking toward the kitchen right now, or what was the kitchen? VHS high 8. So I get over here. So I was covering the fires in Malibu. I was talking to people there, and every time I talked to someone, I saw them burst into tears after I asked them what is happening, because once you say it out loud, that's when it becomes real. And then I heard there was the fire in Altadena. So we come here, and all I said was, Shant, let's get the photos, let's get the videos. You don't know what's going to happen. There were embers flying over our heads, so we just started loading boxes and boxes of videos and photos and rescuing all of that. We put on hard hats while loading up the car because embers were flying, and then police were going all around the neighborhood saying evacuate. This was before we even got the alerts, so it was word of mouth. That's how quickly all of this happened. And my mom is so angry, and she's so sad, and she wishes we had more time. I think everybody wishes they had more time to have taken more stuff. And as the days go on, we're processing more. We're finding more. We're realizing we're never going to see this again. You're never going to see your grandmother's crochet knit stuff again. You're never going to see your blankie again. I had a little blankie, and it was, yeah, I yelled at my mom whenever she washed it. It was one of those.
Yeah. So, Natalie, I think with her story and how she's been processing, we were communicating during the Malibu fires on the first day, going back and forth as we typically do, and just making sure everyone's okay. And the last message I got from her was that she's evacuating. She has to get the dog. She has to get her mom. What so many people were going through in that moment, and you're pulling together what you could. You're now taking the spot of a reporter and doing that job. And mind you, she was doing live shots for KNX while trying to protect her family too and grab her memories, which this woman is one of the strongest people I know. But you're also now seeing it from the human perspective, and you're really living it. And why is it so important to go through this healing process? You and your brother are handling this very differently.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that I think are so important are to actually acknowledge how much this sucks and how painful this is. And my mom, my brother, and I felt like it was more important. When you're grieving a loss, you can't do it with your loved ones sometimes. So I came here on my own yesterday, and a friend came and she hugged me, and I burst into tears. My mom came with support. My brother wanted to see it on his own, and he just wouldn't shed a tear until he came and he actually saw it with his own eyes. And you know when he shed a tear? When I showed him that I saved a stuffy of our first dog that I had for 20 years. And it was one of those running out, I'm like, I'll take that too, just in case. And that's when he got emotional. And I think one of the most important things when you're going through something like this and seeing it from my perspective, we're always asking people, how are you feeling? What's going on through your mind? It comes in waves. And 1 second I'm okay, and I'm like, I'm so grateful. My town is burning down. We're seeing embers fly over our cars, but I'm alive. Everybody's alive and well. But also, this sucks and this hurts. And I think it's very important to acknowledge that it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to say that this hurts. It's okay to take some time off to process this. So I also always ask people, why are you talking to me? And I'm sure you wonder that too. We've been reporting for such a long time, and we approach people with empathy, and then people want to talk. There's something so important about sharing your story and sharing how much it hurts. And I hope it helps others to say, like, this hurts. This sucks. And it's okay to sit in it. It's okay to sit in the pain, and it's okay to say, but we're alive. Yes, we are, but this sucks. My journals, my diaries that I wrote since I was 3-4 years, 12 years old. That's what got me into journalism. It's the journals my mom gave me. I started writing at like 2001. 11 years old, around that time. Those are all gone. Everything is gone. So Nothing. No, I was digging everywhere, and I was like, oh, by some miracle, maybe my dad's photo might be here. And we had a massive photo of him. This was the living room, and they had this leopard print couches that they got in the 90s. And, leopard print comes and goes through the years, and it was back. No leopard print left. But my mom said, I will keep these forever. She had mother-daughter dresses, and you know how much moms want to be grandmas, and she wanted to share that. And dad's photo was somewhere here. And that photo. yeah, and I did some digging, and my brother said something really funny. He said, why don't we just load up stuff in the Sub-Zero? But if you look at the Sub-Zero over here, nothing. Like things are popping, things were exploding. Amanda, see, did you find something? Like nothing. Some ceramic stuff. And my neighbor came from across the way, and she was in tears, and she said, I watched your house burning down, and I'm so sorry I couldn't do anything. It happened around midnight. She said firefighters were trying everything, so I know. We know. We know how this goes. We know people tried, but it's still so hard. And when all of this really, really hit me, my mom's a fashionista. She's traveled the world with my dad. She has clothes from all over the world. She had the cutest vintage stuff I would always borrow. And yesterday she asks me, can you bring me some sweatpants? And she doesn't have that. That's all she needed, was bring me some sweatpants. So I drove to the South Bay to my apartment, and I cried the whole way home, and she was just going, why is the suitcase so heavy? And I packed everything for her, and I just gave her whatever clothes that I have. So my mom, my brother, they have no clothes right now, and I just gotta take one step at a time.
One step at a time, and I want to move a little bit more through your home here. So taking one step at a time, how are you guys moving forward from this? What is the plan to rebuild at this point?
That's the magic question, right? Where do you begin? It's taken 24 hours to really, truly process what has happened. So I just drove back from the South Bay, gave my mom a luggage of clothes, and I'm going to meet her at a restaurant down the street, and we're going to figure out where we're going to get her a temporary home next, and then figure out where we start from rebuilding. And there's absolutely nothing to salvage, but that's where we go from there, and hopefully we find her a good temporary place to stay, and then rebuild from there. Door. Yeah. That's all that survived. Maybe we could use that in the new home.
Yeah, let's see. So Natalie, being back here, I know at first, when I first called you, I asked, did you want videos or pictures? And you said, no, I'm not ready. And I told you I would meet you here, and you said, no, I'm not ready yet. What finally brought you to come back here to take a look?
Support. Again, thank you for telling me. That was so brave of you. There's nothing fun about breaking bad news to anybody. And you did it so gracefully, and thank you. So that gave me time to start processing. And I wasn't ready to come here until I was ready to come here and see it. And I had cousins calling me crying. I had you calling me crying. I had friends just saying, I'm so sorry. And I still didn't want to believe it. I told you, is there anything left to salvage? And all you kept saying was, I'm so sorry. Yeah. So I eventually came here, and I sat right there, and I processed it for about 10 minutes. All of my good friends have my location on, so we do that for safety. And one of my girlfriends saw, and she came over here, and she gave me a hug, and I burst into tears, and that's when it really hit me, and that's when I I started processing, and there are moments where I'm okay and I'm so happy everybody's okay, and there are moments where I'm broken and I can't believe this happened, and I'm angry and I'm screaming, and again, disbelief, unreal, and this is just the processing, the whole process. Yeah. Yeah.
Natalie, thank you so much for sharing your story with us.
Oh, I love you so much. Thank you.
And it takes people like you to share your story. And
you know, when we rebuild, one more thing I really want to say is that every piece of my dad was in this home, but when we rebuild, he is going to be in the forefront, and we're going to rebuild in his memory. He always wanted to replace these tiles, so
the tiles are gonna go. Natalie, thank you so much, and thank you I love you too. And I'm so sorry. I wish this didn't happen to you guys. But yeah, that's Natalie's story, guys, and she's so strong for sharing it with us so gracefully and eloquently. And
hope it helps.
Yeah,
and I hope it helps others. Honestly,
hopefully it helps other people heal, and that's what we talked about when we talked about doing this. And so, just thank you, and I'm sorry. Love you guys. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much to Amanda and Natalie for sharing her very personal story. We want to welcome you to KCAL News at 11 on CBS Los Angeles, simulcasting on KCAL and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Amy Johnson, along with Rachel Kim.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have some breaking news right now. There is a serious situation developing in Mount Wilson. Our assignment manager, Mark Liu, is live at the desk with details. Mark.
Yeah, so Amy, Rachel, there is a situation developing at the Mount Wilson Peak, which is a major transmission center and broadcast center for many, many agencies in Southern California. It is a very high peak that is to the north of the Eaton fire, and our very own transmission tower for KCAL is on the top of this mountain, and the Eaton fire is rapidly approaching it. Now I want to take you to some live pictures from our camera on the top of Mount Wilson. If I can go to RM1, this is what we normally use to show very beautiful shots of the Southern California skyline, but right now we are seeing flames approaching the Mount Wilson transmission complex. Those are the transmission towers for virtually every major television station in Southern California, as well as other agencies like law enforcement and fire and other media operations up there. This camera is showing live pictures of the flames from the northern flank of the Eaton fire are rapidly approaching Mount Wilson. This is the closest that we have seen them. And I'll tell you, there are not really any water dropping or Phos-Chek dropping helicopters or fixed wing aircraft in sight. Now, the camera that you're looking at right now, these live pictures are being remotely operated from our transmission center here in the studio. There aren't any human beings that we are aware of up on Mount Wilson. This is a remotely operated camera. The man behind it right now is actually a guy named Fernando Burris. He is in our transmission department about 300 feet away from me in the studio in a different room. He's the same guy that does our studio Steadicam in the mornings. He's currently in the transmission room operating this camera, and as he slowly pans it over, you can see these very large flames that are approaching the sensitive electronic broadcast equipment on Mount Wilson. Now, I was just talking to Fernando, and we believe that if the fire consumes our tower up there or the towers of other television stations, it will essentially mean the end of our broadcast signal for anyone in Southern California that is watching KCAL with what is commonly known as rabbit ears. Now, a long time ago, before cable television, television used to get the signal. If you had a television in your home, you would have to get the signal over the air with an antenna attached to the back of your TV. Most young people may not even know what that is, but they used to be called rabbit ears. And there are still some people in Southern California that receive the KCAL signal or from other TV stations over rabbit ears, over those radio, basically those antennas that receive the television transmission over the air. Now, if Mount Wilson does go down, you'll still be able to watch KCAL on cable and on satellite television, but the over-the-air signal will go down, as well as any of the other TV stations that have our transmission tower up there. Now you can see these flames very, very large. It is unknown how long this camera will be able to operate, as both the electrical signal may cut out, or just through heat, it may damage or destroy the camera. And so we are hopeful maybe that we might get a water drop or a Phos-Chek drop here. But looking at the radar, I did see that there was a U.S. Forest Service S-2 Grumman that was in the area. That is a water dropping or Phoscheck dropping fixed wing aircraft. It circled Mount Wilson and then flew away. It may not have any sort of payload, so it may have gone to go and land and reload either that water or Phoscheck. But you can see now this fire is destroying the last barrier there, the fencing, before they get to where our camera is located. Now, it's unclear whether or not the fire would progress to the other side of the Mount Wilson complex there and get those other transmission towers, but you can see this fire now rapidly approaching. There is certainly not just KCAL equipment up there. We know that on the opposite side of this picture, there is a building up there that does house equipment at one time operated by the radio station 97.1. There was also KFI had equipment up here. This complex was originally constructed in 1947 and has been operating since then in various capacities for broadcast transmission, both radio and television. Our equipment for KCBS and KCAL was built in 1986 up there and has been operating since then. And there are many, many entities and agencies that use Mount Wilson to both broadcast and receive because it is a strategically important peak. It is located to the north of Sierra Madre and can see really almost all of Southern California. So this was a very important receive site for many, many years for our own television news vans as they would operate in Southern California before the advent of things, the newer technologies that we use to go live. Our reporters would have to go live by raising a mast in the news van. You've seen that before. And they would point that dish on the top of that mast to Mount Wilson, where they would send a live signal back, which would then come to our newsroom, and then we would broadcast the story. The reporter would go live in the field. We use newer technologies now that don't require our news vans to raise their mast. We use things called a DeGero or a Live View backpack that uses cell phone transmissions in order to get live signals like you saw with Amanda Starantino doing that live interview with her friend Natalie Tavidian out there in the field. They really weren't tethered to a news van. They didn't need to use a Mount Wilson receive site as they would have in the past. But it is still an incredibly important property there at the top of Mount Wilson, where we have both our live camera. You're seeing now those flames consuming the vegetation on the south end of the Mount Wilson complex, and now also on the eastern end. I might be able to give you a better idea of where this is if director can go to my screen. I do have a map up that shows this in relation to the Eaton Fire. Now, what you're looking at here is the CAL FIRE map of the Eaton Fire, and Mount Wilson is here. You can see it highlighted. It's basically to the north. And that means that the Eaton Fire has progressed this far to the north and is approaching Mount Wilson. I'm going to zoom in even more, and you're going to see some of the buildings that are there, the highlight. The camera that we were looking at is essentially right here, and we were looking in this direction. So the fire line is basically right here. And if I zoom out a little bit more, you can see the rest of the complex is over here. All of those towers that we were looking at, that's over in this direction. There's also the Mount Wilson Observatory is over here, and you can see there's a lot of scientific equipment on that side as well. But this entire complex now in danger on the northern end of the Eaton Fire. Let's go back to that live camera on RM1, if you can switch the source over to there so we can see the flames again as they continue to consume the vegetation right at the base of our live camera. And I'll tell you, Amy and Chris, this does not look good. As I continue to look at the radar, I still don't see any water dropping or Phoscheck dropping aircraft in the area yet.
The thing is that so many people have been thinking, oh, the worst is over, the fire's out. But this is just a perfect example that the fire is still spreading. It is still moving. Yes, crews have been working hard. The winds are not as strong as they have been. But this fire is still moving forward. It is still wreaking havoc, causing more damage, more destruction. Homes are still being lost. And as we are watching this fire race up to Mount Wilson, it just shows you this fire isn't out, and people need to still be on guard. They need to still be taking the evacuation orders seriously and really paying attention to what's going on, because it is not over.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it just shows that even though the Eaton fire is burning away from the Altadena area into the mountains to the north of Altadena and Sierra Madre, it still has the power to deeply affect Southern California. If it destroys this facility, both the scientific facility, the Mount Wilson Observatory, and also these radio towers could significantly cripple a lot of ways that different agencies in Southern California communicate. And so you can see just how close the flames are here as they continue to move up the mountain. It seems, excuse me, that there really will not be a water drop or a phosphocheck drop anytime soon. The good news is I do not believe there are any people up on Mount Wilson, and they haven't been for quite some time. This is mostly an automated facility. You usually don't have engineers working up here on Mount Wilson. I know that in the past, if there has been a transmission failure or an equipment failure up here, our engineering team has made the trek up to Mount Wilson. They fix the equipment and then they leave. So there's not a permanent human crew up here that needed to evacuate, to the best of my knowledge. It mostly operates automated, and it is pretty remote. There's really no reason for people to be up here at any given time. I'm not too sure as far as the observatory what the status is that we were looking at over there by those other radio towers. I don't know if it is manned or operated or what kind of scientific equipment is up there. I know that the Mount Wilson Observatory used to be a much more important scientific observatory before the lights of LA simply got too bright. It's very difficult with all of the light pollution to use Mount Wilson as a working observatory. I'm sorry, I was just getting a communication from the booth and I didn't quite hear it. But you can see now the smoke and the flames here almost completely covering our live camera from the Mount Wilson area. It's unclear how long, as I said, Amy and Chris, that this, or Amy as Rachel, this camera will stay active. It is still obviously powered and able to be under the control of our transmission team. This camera is being operated remotely by the KCAL transmission room, as I said, which is about 300 feet away from me. There is a team of individuals in there. Our transmission operator, Fernando Burris, is currently at the controls of the camera, and he's listening to me as I narrate what we're seeing here. But you can see already there is some damage. Looks like at the bottom of your screen, those are radio transmitters, those large white sort of cone-shaped circular devices. I believe those are radio transmitter and receivers. They're very, very powerful. And these are the kinds of things that can transmit and receive radio transmissions over vast distances. And like I said, Mount Wilson is a really strategic and important area because of how high it is and its unobstructed view of vast portions of Southern California. That's exactly where you want a radio transmission and receive site, because you can get that line of sight from just about anywhere in Southern California. But now so much thick black smoke up there, it's unclear how much, if any, of Mount Wilson will be damaged by the Eaton fire.
Yeah, Mark, to Amy's point, this fire, obviously, these fires aren't just having impacts on people and the places they live, but on, places like Mount Wilson that really has a big impact, significant to our communications across our area. And of course, all the more important because, emergency first responders need to be communicating during this time of emergency. So absolutely terrible to see. So we'll certainly be watching how this develops.
Yeah, that's right. So, this is just an indicator that we had talked a little bit before about how LA County Fire had said that they thought that the Eaton fire, they had made some really great progress, that forward progress had really slowed. And it was really good news for the community of Altadena and Sierra Madre that the fire seemed to be moving away from homes. But unfortunately, that meant that it moved here towards Mount Wilson. And the terrain to the north of Mount Wilson is basically the same that you see here. It is very steep, heavily vegetative topography. There's lots of thick brush and trees, a lot to burn, which is indicative of a very, very long and intense firefight. It could be several days of seeing fire like this to the north of Altadena unless they can get long phosphocheck lines to drop on this fire. But you can see active flames right there, still very close to Mount Wilson. Now, I do see more fire aircraft coming into the area. They may be able to get into position to do some targeted water drops. I think maybe just 2 or 3 might be able to do the trick here. I'm going to keep watching this. We're going to keep this camera up. We call it RM1 in our studio, and I'll let you know if anything changes. But until then, I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, certainly interesting to see how the situation has changed, even with the amount of smoke that now we can hardly see the equipment. But of course, Mark is going to stay on top of this and bring us more in just a little bit. But, you know, in addition, of course, to the Eaton fire, we have the Palisades fire, and that's where our Luz Delia Caballero is.
Yeah, she's live in Malibu along PCH, and that's near Las Flores Canyon Road. Luz Delia, what's going on there?
Well, more of the same. I mean, as we go up and down PCH, just the devastation is awful, and it's just another reminder of our reality here due to the Palisades fire. I mean, we are talking about more than 17,000 acres burned, tens of thousands of people evacuated, at least, let that sink in, 1,000 structures destroyed. Easily the most destructive fire in LA history. And as we look left and right, all we see is a war zone. And we are talking about Malibu. This is a beach paradise, a place where people come to visit, to enjoy themselves, tourists and locals alike. And right now, it is completely destroyed. We are on just one strip of PCH, but we want you to take a look around here. You have obviously a power pole down, a transformer behind it, and this is just one of many power poles that snapped in half due to this fire. We watched as power poles burned, starting from the bottom to the top, eventually burning and toppling over, creating for very dangerous conditions. Now, this is one of very few structures that are still intact on this portion of PCH, and we are near Las Flores Canyon Road. As you go to the left, you see more and more devastation, and something that we've noticed is if these structures have concrete and metal, that's what you see. A lot of them, though, had a lot of wood, and so they burned to the foundation. Just rubble is what's left behind, and the facade of cement is what you're seeing in most places that burned down. And this is just a devastating sight. You hear the waves crashing now. It is a lot more quiet today, but don't let that fool you. Firefighters tell us that they are still proactively working this fire, and they tell us that things can change in a second. All you need is the perfect storm, meaning an ember that's flying in any direction. That wind takes it, picks it up, catches on brush or maybe a roof or a nearby structure, and it can spread quickly. This is what fire officials have to say to those thinking about potentially coming back, and what they have to say about this active firefight.
Yeah, it's still not safe to come into this area. We still have mandatory evacuations, and there is some of these they have open gas lines. There's a lot of hazards that are in the debris. There's also, we've had people who've been riding their bicycles into there. We've had some injuries from that, and firefighters are still trying to get in here and put fires out. So we don't want that to be hindered.
And not only that, I mean, he's not just talking about people trying to get in via car, bike, walking, scooter. He's also talking about those trying to use other technology like drones. Just keep in mind, if you're flying your drone, they cannot use aircraft to fight these flames. And this is a big deal. They're working really hard around the clock. They are tired, but they are here and they are fighting the fight to help protect as many structures as possible. And as you can see, already this fire has wreaked havoc here in Malibu, and it just saddens me to see these palm trees charred, these homes and livelihoods, lives that will never be the same, futures that are uncertain. And you have to think Tuesday morning when this fire broke out, so many people were just hoping, wishing, waiting for good news. And obviously, as the minutes, hours, and now days have passed, a lot of people, including Natalie, which we just saw thanks to Amanda's report, people like Natalie's lives are forever changed, and now they have to face this new reality, a reality that is going to be extremely hard, and it's going to take time to process. And as part of what we do out here, you know, so many people message us and ask us to go out and see if their homes are still standing, and if not, if there's anything to salvage. It's a part of what we do to serve, and if we can do so safely, we do it. And Armando Castiglione and myself went to one of those properties today, and it was just heartbreaking to see. And we do have to tell them, hey, you know what, you've lost everything, and we're so sorry about it. And we have called so many people and messaged so many people, because this is the reality. This is Malibu. It's unrecognizable. I mean, you think Malibu, you think beach, you think tranquility, you think waves crashing, you don't think transformers exploding, you don't think power poles falling, you don't think any of that. So again, just a reminder, if you are thinking about coming back into an evacuation zone, do not. Fire officials are asking everyone to heed all warnings and be prepared. There's nothing more important than your life. Homes and things are replaceable. You are not. Lives cannot be replaced. So please heed those warnings and be ready to go at a moment's notice, because as we've witnessed, not only through the Palisades fire, but through numerous fires that have broken out here in our region, things can change in a second for the worse. And guys, I do have to say, I am having connectivity issues, so I am going to toss things back to you.
All right, Luz Delia, thank you. And it's just so hard to see some of this destruction, because those homes along the waterfront, I'm sure those people never thought the fire would jump over the PCH,
Right.
although it was, now we're hearing a lot of the poles toppled over to those homes. But your home is on the water,
Right.
so you think it's safe, and it's not. And many of those areas weren't in the foothills that
Right.
burned. And so a lot of folks just are still trying to understand how this could happen.
Yeah.
So it is very devastating.
It just shows you we're all vulnerable. All areas are vulnerable to these fires. All right, well, these fires have forced school closures due to the poor air quality.
Yeah, KCAL meteorologist Paul Diano is here now with our next weather first forecast. And Paul, we've been looking at these live shots from our reporters, and the one good thing is that the winds seem to be a little more calm.
The winds are calmer. They're going to go back up this afternoon and this evening, but that has allowed a lot of the ash and a lot of the stuff being put in the air, the smoke, to settle to the bottom of the atmosphere. That's what we're breathing, and it's a problem right now. Unhealthy air quality for much of metro Los Angeles County, many of our inland valleys, and it's beginning to spread into metro and even coastal LA and Orange County. These are the AQI numbers. Now, the higher the number, the more junk there is in the air. So we want these numbers to be lower. Good would be 0 to 50. Let's go all the way to unhealthy, which would be 150 or higher. Hazardous is 250 or higher. We had that this morning. These are some current numbers for you. Pasadena is at 201. Los Angeles is currently the 4th worst air quality in the world for a major city, behind one city in Pakistan and 2 in India. Then you've got Los Angeles, California, with an AQI of 190. Studio City, 178. I just went outside. I will attest to that. Culver City, 171. And even Long Beach, very far from the fires. The AQI is 149. Bad air quality this morning. The wind is kicking up. Interesting that where we don't have the wind, right over metro LA County, that's where the worst air quality is. Where the atmosphere is being stirred up some to the east and also to the west, we have much better air quality. But now this is a new problem. We had a lull in the winds. We said it would wrap up about 11 o'clock. Here we are coming up on 11:30, and the winds are now increasing once again. It's not going to be everywhere. It's not going to be as bad as it was earlier this week, but it's getting windy again. So we have San Bernardino and Riverside between 30 and 40 miles per hour. We have Simi Valley and Camarillo between 35 and 40 miles per hour. So that is still windy. And for a fire which is currently burning, that can mean rapid fire spread, especially when it has been so dry. As dry as it's been around here is about as dry as it can get. So now through 4 o'clock, the next 4.5 hours, winds are slowly going to increase once again. They're going to hit another peak this evening and overnight tonight, but all computer models say the bullseye will not be LA County. It'll be the Inland Empire and Orange County. That concerns me because We have not had any fires there, and the fire danger is not any lower just because we got a bunch of fires burning. The fire danger is still critical everywhere. So now, Inland Empire and Orange County, you will have the strongest winds this evening and overnight tonight through tomorrow morning. And wind or not, the fire danger is going to stay critical until we get a soaking rainfall, and that is not in our forecast for the next 7 to 10 days. Take a peek outside. This is the view from the Hollywood Hills. This is the worst air quality that we would have had on any calendar day in 2024. We're flipping the year, obviously, to 2025. This is like summertime fire, really bad air quality over the San Fernando Valley and the coastal plain right now with AQI numbers between 150 and 200. So I showed you the wind was stronger in the Inland Empire. You've got better air quality. The wind's pretty strong in eastern Ventura County. You've got decent air quality. Where the wind is at its lightest is where the atmosphere is settled the most, and that's where the smoke is settled down to the surface. Numerous wind advisories and wind warnings go back into effect today. A wind advisory, one tier below a warning. Los Angeles points north and west, eastern Ventura County, San Fernando, Santa Clarita Valley. Wind gusts here this evening and tonight will be strong, but not as strong as the past couple days. But for an active fire, a 40 or 45 mile per hour wind gust is a problem. And the winds are picking back up in these areas again this afternoon. The high wind warning, which is the top tier of wind warnings, one level above a wind advisory, that's for you in the Inland Empire, the Santa Anas, and Metro Orange County, with the exception being the coastline. Valley wind gusts could hit 60 miles per hour, and in the mountains, it could get as strong as 75 miles per hour. That would be a big problem for any new fire starts in those areas. And it's still super dry, so the red flag warning is in effect through Friday. Biggest problem, no rain or just a few drops of rainfall. This is the driest start to a winter season in Los Angeles since 1964. We could have all this wind, but if it rained 1 inch last week, we wouldn't be talking about much of a fire danger. Hasn't rained in about 8 months, so we are. The next 7 days, I want to show you the extended forecast. Inland Empire, not that warm. Today and tonight, you're going to be exceptionally windy, but the biggest problem is all those sun icons. There is no rain in our forecast for the next 7 days. Valleys, windy today, less wind by tomorrow. There is no rain in the extended forecast. And last one I'll show you is the metro area, 77 today, getting windy once again. Guys, we need some rainfall. And until we get it, we're going to keep getting these offshore wind events, and we're going to keep talking about the fire danger. I know we're so tired of it. We just went through and are in the middle of a tragedy here in Southern California. The weather will not improve when it comes to fire danger until we get rain, and right now we don't see it. Guys, back to you.
And this is exactly why we no longer have a fire season. It is year-round because of these conditions. I mean, we're dealing with these conditions in January.
So dry, so dry. Usually we have a lot of rain in January. So, all right, Paul, thank you. As you've been seeing over the past few days, the Eaton Fire is one of 2 most destructive wildfires burning right now here in Southern California.
Yeah, KCAL's Jeff Nguyen is live in Altadena on Alpine Drive, which is just east of Lake. Jeff, just more and more destruction. We're seeing it right there behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we are just north of the downtown area where Rachel and Joy and Jasmine were yesterday. We saw a lot of the devastation there. So we're north on Lake at basically the very end of the street where we were not able to establish a signal yesterday. Today, a number of folks are returning to this area to kind of survey the damage right behind us. And right now, I am being joined by Lisa and Sydney Granrus. Both of you ladies live right down the street on Mendocino. Tell me why you're at this particular property.
We came here, my girlfriend has lived here for over 20 years, and she told me her property was down. So we came to look at it for her.
You know, unfortunately for your friend, her situation here is compounded by some of the other things that are going on in her life. And just to kind of exemplify what has been happening here, can you kind of just illustrate to us the sort of hardship that she is enduring? And before you answer that question, TOC, our transmission folks, if you can let me redial my IFB as Lisa is talking to me, I would really appreciate that.
My friend had lost her husband just a couple months ago, I think, and I can't remember. And her daughter also is their daughters are going through grief, and we are devastated with what's happening to them. It's just compounding things, just one thing after another.
And then on top of that, her dad is also dealing with some health issues.
Yes, correct. She's actually with him at this very moment, taking care of him. He's on hospice.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to learn that. And then Sydney, you live with your mom. Talk to me about the sort of effort that you and your mom and your neighbors were dealing in your neighborhood just a few blocks from here.
Yeah, so we live on Mendocino, just a couple of blocks down. And that's the house I was born in, the house that I've lived in my entire life for the past 28 years. So the amount of anxiety and everything during this time has been something I've never experienced before. Thankfully, our house is still standing, but the golf course is gone, our neighbors' houses are gone, everything's gone. It's a blessing that our house is still standing, and also a blessing to our neighbors who caught a fire on a fence right behind our house, and my dad and him and our friends were able to put it out with pots and pans and pool water and saved our 3 houses so far. They're okay, but I've never experienced something like this in my life, and it's just devastating.
Sydney, forgive me, but I can see how visceral all of this is for you. Talk to me about the Herculean task that it took to save your house with the help of your neighbors, as Sydney is describing it.
We were called by our good neighbor that had stayed the night. We left because we have my mother-in-law and the dogs and my daughter, so we left to our townhome in Pasadena. And our friend called us and talked to my husband and said, your house is still standing, but I need you. My brother and I have pots and pans, and we're getting pool water to save the homes. And that's when we got in the car. He didn't tell my daughter that. He just said, the house is standing, I'm going to go help. And then he told me our fence had caught on fire behind the second house to us, and they were trying to save our homes, and they did. My friend Nick, our neighbor, my husband Tony, pots and pans from a pool, and 2 homes were vacated. They came eventually. One of our other neighbors came back, and there was a line of men just helping protect our homes.
I can only imagine what that picture must have looked like, but as a neighbor, as a human being, I mean, how do you say thank you to someone who did that with pots and pans?
We're Altadenians. We're a strong community. This is why I've been here and raised my children, my son, who's in North Carolina and devastated. It's a community that stands together. And that's why I've been here, because I knew that's what I would do for them. And there are just no words. We're grateful to be here, and our house is still standing as of now, but there are really no words on the gratitude that we have for our community, because we stuck together.
And in the spirit of that, is that why you're checking on your friend's house for her to kind of, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but to give her a little bit of an emotional buffer to kind of give her a sense of what she will be returning to?
Yes, she, like I said, our community's strong. She got the information from a video of one of her neighbors and called me devastated. And I couldn't get up here. I tried. I couldn't get up here. The smoke, it was like a war zone. I haven't experienced, but what I can imagine a war zone would look like. And so today, I just felt like I needed to see this. I needed to see it before she came.
Sydney, talk to me about, why it was important for you to be here with your mom.
Well, yesterday, I think they were trying to protect me from the possibility of our house being gone, and we had a ton of dogs in our house, so I stayed back. But today I was like, I need to go, because I don't know if I'll ever see my house again, or our house ever again. So I know it's really emotionally hard to see your neighborhood look like it never existed, where I grew up and where all our memories are. And I just want to try and help and salvage what we can to hopefully rebuild the beautiful community that Altadena is.
Lisa, would you mind kind of painting me a picture of what this house used to look like, or what this street used to look like, and what this community means to all of you folks?
The last time I was here, my friend made pozole for us. It was a tradition. We did it a little later than usual because of all the circumstances. But we also had summer parties that bands would come and play. My good friend, her husband, was into music, collected, DJ'd. So we would have a party and the kids would play and sing and bands would come, and it's gone. It's gone.
You mentioned pozole. For anyone who's familiar with Mexican culture, that's typically shared during the holidays, during Christmas. So is that what you're talking about? Like
yes, pozole, which it was a tradition for her to make us pozole for the new year. So that's my last memory of being here.
And then Carlos, the neighbor across the street, he completely lost his home. Talk to me about, seeing some of the heartache surrounding you, knowing, like you said, that you're one of the few houses still standing.
Like I said, I was very grateful, but there's no words to. You don't feel joy. You don't feel. I basically got down on my knees and was so thankful, and I look up and my neighbors, my children's babysitter's parents' home is gone. The golf course where they played golf and they learned to play golf is gone. You can't be happy, you can't be overjoyed. It's just a numbing. It's a numbness. We've never experienced this in our lives. I lived here when the last time Eaton Canyon went up, and nothing like this. Nothing like this.
I met one of your neighbors about an hour ago, Mrs. Henderson. I don't know if you know her or not, but she lost her house, and she mentions that numbness where it is so shocking for her that she is unable to cry. I'm sure you can kind of relate to some of that sentiment.
It's yes, I do, because you kind of curl. It's unexplainable feeling. It's a gut feeling that your home is saved, and then you look up and there's nothing around you. We couldn't even imagine what that feels like, and we just have to pick up and go and help them. Like when you saw me tell him, we're gonna get through this. Altadenians, we will get through this together.
Thank you very much for being so gracious to talk to us. Why don't I, ease up on you and give you a little bit of a break? And for the folks in the control room, I've been trying to establish my IFB signal. I believe that I have it back. So if someone can talk in my ear to let me know that you are hearing our transmission, I would greatly appreciate it. But as John and I walk around here for basically 360 degrees, you can see there is just absolute devastation. Some of the neighbors across the street over there are coming back. They've got shovels in their hands to kind of sift through some of the wreckage to try to grab whatever they can. And then we've got another set of neighbors over here who are returning to basically retrieve whatever they can as well. But certainly a lot of heartache in this community. So for now, we'll send it right back to you.
All right, Jeff, thank you. And it is just so tough to hear all of those personal stories.
Mm-hmm.
When you put the names and the faces to all of that devastation, it just hits you so much deeper.
Absolutely. It's like memories gone.
Yes.
And just the ladies, their voices were shaking. You just feel their emotion. So our hearts go out to you.
Yeah. All right, we are joined now by Captain Eric Scott from the LA Fire Department. We want to thank you for joining us. We know that you are very busy, so thank you for making time for us.
You're most welcome. And to start with, we have to echo sentiments. Us firefighters can't not have our hearts touched when we hear those stories, and we hear them firsthand. We see them firsthand too. So it's very difficult, and that just shows the devastation that Los Angeles is going through. It's the Southern California region is having unprecedented fire weather event. As you know, we got multiple major brush fires. Good news, as you know too, the wind subsided somewhat. That allows us fire crews to increase containment lines. That allows our air assets, helicopters, and fixed wing to make strategic water drops. So we're very appreciative of that little forward progress. But let's also be clear that we are under red flag warnings. There's extreme fire behavior potential. And as your weatherman just stated, we're going to get sun the next few days. That's going to preheat those fuels, and we don't have any rain in sight.
And Captain, there were some issues with water pressure. Have those gotten better for you all?
They've gotten better, but they're not resolved. We have experienced water challenges with pressure during the Pacific Palisades fire. We expect and hope to go up to a fire hydrant, connect to it, get water, pump it through our engine with hose lines to put out fires. But when you're doing that at a large scale, at large GPM, the infrastructure isn't keeping up, simply put. So I talked to DWP. They say they filled all the available water storage tanks. There's 3 1 million gallon tanks in the Palisades area. But if you kind of think you're holding a cup of water and you put in 1 straw, 2 straw, 3, 10 straws, it's going to suck it down really quick. So that does impact things even more challenging at higher elevations due to obvious gravity, and that does affect some of our fire hydrants. So we're doing the best we can. We also draft, so we'll take water out of swimming pools. We have some other tools in the toolbox to try to help, but it's absolutely been a challenge.
No doubt. Captain Scott, I want to talk about the morale of your firefighters. We all know over the past few days that you guys, the resources have been stretched very thin because of the widespread nature of these fires. Talk about the morale among your firefighters. And I guess it kind of goes back to what we were just talking about. It's not only a physical toll, but an emotional toll because you're first responders and have to be face to face with people who have just lost a home.
Sure. It's tough. It's what we signed up for, and we're leaning forward. But your firefighters out here in the Los Angeles region have been gone through an extremely challenging third day. Hardly any sleep, extremely arduous work, frustration, extreme wind conditions, hard to be outside in those environments. So it's been very, very challenging. I tell you that they are putting everything they can at it. And we want more firefighters. We need that. And we're thankful for the mutual aid system where we have more firefighters coming in. And we're thankful for the winds decreasing a little bit. So it is difficult. Firefighters are a unique breed. You know, I was at the command post and heads were held high. Faces were dirty, hearts were warm, but we're all very, very tired.
And we understand that you have a message to people about evacuations and perhaps something to those people who are trying to get into the areas before they're supposed to.
Well, you know, first off, we want to just thank the residents for heeding our instructions. We've had a lot of fires. There's been evacuation orders and warnings, and it's imperative for people in Southern California to remain vigilant. We're not out of the woods yet. We expect more fires, so we want people to know this. If it's going to be real simple, if you live in a brush area, you see or smell smoke, get out early. It's very challenging when we have a delay, even especially when they've been notified via the alerts that we send out, the wireless emergency, the WIA alerts that ping their phone, whether they want it or not, the sirens and bullhorns from law enforcement. If that's not heeded, as you know, in these hilly communities, a lot of those roads were made for Model A and Model T cars. They are narrow. There are hairpin turns that come into choke points. So we need people to get out early before we bring in a big red fire truck so we don't have choke points.
Well, Captain Eric Scott from LAFD, thank you so much for all the work you're doing. And please pass along our gratitude and thanks to all your fire personnel out there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Because of the ongoing threat of the Eaton fire, homeowners in one Pasadena neighborhood, well, they're being told they can't go back.
That's right. KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino is live in Pasadena on Sierra Madre Boulevard and Sierra Madre Villa Avenue. And we give these streets so people who are watching at home who may live in that area, have businesses in the area, they want to know specifically. It may seem a little odd to others, but we're trying to give people the best look at the community. And Amanda, you're showing us another look at some of the devastation.
Actually, we can't get up to it right now. Reporters are able to pass this, but right now I wanted you guys to see the perspective of people just trying to get back to see their homes after they've been evacuated. So yeah, we're at Sierra Madre Villa Avenue and Sierra Madre Boulevard. That's this longer stretch right here. So at Sierra Madre Boulevard, you can't go through here. So sheriff's deputies, you can see people trying to saying, hey, can I get to my home? And even with an ID with your address on it, you are still not allowed through at this time. And so it's starting to become very frustrating for some people that know their home is still standing. Thankfully for Greg and Will here, you do know your home is okay.
Yes, thank God.
Yes, but you can't get back, and that's been really tough.
It's been tough. Yeah, Thursday evening they came, they evacuated us. They told us we had to leave. We just grabbed a few things and got out quick, and been trying to get back since yesterday, but just they won't let us through.
Yeah, and you can't even get back to grab medications or anything like that?
No, so many people have come and asked if they can grab medication, but they won't allow people. They're telling everyone they'll call them an ambulance if it's urgent, but they just won't let people in for any reason.
Have they told you why?
They said, again, there's fire danger. They're worried about looters, so they want to be extra cautious. They're not letting anybody through for any reason.
But your home is okay. Family's all good.
Fortunately, I'm here with my son, Will, and thank God we're okay. So.
Okay, that's great to hear. I'm so happy to hear that. Hopefully you guys can get back soon. Thank you for talking with us. And what you're looking at is just more cars trying to come through. I mean, we have some utility companies right here. I'm going to cross right on over here. And Amy and Rachel, it's raining ash here too, so you can still see the remnants of the fire here. You can see the sheriffs talking to them, saying you can't go through. Warren here has been chatting with us this morning, and you actually brought some assistance to help you wait. Oh, it's theirs. I thought it was
No. It was just, if a cop was tired, let them sit down on something.
So you brought chairs for them?
Yeah.
That's so kind of you. While you're waiting to try to go back home too.
Yeah, I've been sitting waiting for hours, so yeah, I know they've been here doing all the hard work.
Oh, you're so kind. So, do you know your home's okay, right?
Yes, we just found out on the other side. My wife is waiting to see if they could get in from the other side, and one of the fire trucks was nice enough to go up into Kinaloa Estates and check on our house for us.
Good, and it's all good.
So far, it's good.
Okay. What do you guys need to get from your house? Because what were you even able to take?
We weren't able to take anything. We were out of the house. By the time we showed up, it was already evacuated. But all our documents are in there, everything, so minimum, we just need to get all our important documents.
And what are the deputies telling you of why you can't go through?
Nobody knows anything. Yeah, so far, they're just saying it's for safety reasons. I'm leaning on a report I think I heard about some kind of tanks that were over by the stables. I think maybe that's why we're not allowed to get in, but, I just don't want to stress them out any more than they're already stressed.
Okay, so you're just going to wait it out?
Wait it out and see what happens. The moment I go in, if I do go in, I want to go in with a car so we can pull things out. Just to walk in and check on our house is almost useless.
Got it. Okay, Warren, I'm so glad to hear that your house is okay too. You can see some people just trying to walk across the street. A lot of people just wanting to know what the condition is of their home and also just pick up just some basic necessities, because when those evacuation orders came through, people did not have a lot of time here to get out. So a lot of people didn't really get to bring much with them. But the sheriff deputies having this similar conversation with a lot of people trying to come through that are just trying to get back. Some people don't even know the condition of their home too, which can be very, very frightening. So obviously a very tricky situation. Understandable that you want to be safe, but tough for a lot of people that have already experienced so much this week.
Back to you guys.
All right, Amanda, thank you for that. And, you know, we have been keeping an eye on that fire that broke out on Mount Wilson earlier this hour.
Assignment Manager Mark Liu is live at the desk with an update on this, Mark.
Yeah, the Eaton fire is still burning very, very close to the Mount Wilson transmission complex, but there may be some hope on the horizon, not from water dropping aircraft or hand crews in the area, but by a simple thing that the property of the Mount Wilson team up there did before the fire, and that's brush clearance. There was some defensible space, and it looks like that may make all of the difference. Now, let me take you out to some live pictures from our Mount Wilson camera. Just for some context, there is a very large transmission and receive site complex here on the top of Mount Wilson, which is north of Sierra Madre and Altadena in the mountains. It is basically the home of virtually every television station in Southern California's transmission tower for both satellite and over-the-air broadcasting. And there is also an observatory up there. But what we're looking at here is our camera that is on top of Mount Wilson. We normally use this camera every day to show you beautiful pictures of the Southern California skyline or in our weather reports. But right now you are seeing what is basically coverage of smoke and fire of the northern flank of the Eaton fire as it approaches Mount Wilson. Now, I want to show you some video from just a short time ago of one of the Phos-Chek drops that happened up there. You can see there were Phos-Chek dropping aircraft in the area, and they're going to see another one here. These are U.S. Forest Service aircraft that are dropping Phos-Chek on a little bit further down, about maybe 5 to 10 miles to the east of the Mount Wilson complex. And this is looking in the other direction. This is looking west towards Pacific Palisades and the ocean. You can see the fire, how close it got, and the vegetation that was burning. There's really two complexes here. The KCBS transmission tower is where this camera is, and then those towers you see in the distance, that's called the weather vane facility. That's where multiple other transmission towers are, including a KCAL transmitter that's both owned by us. I was actually just speaking with the general manager of KCBS KCAL. He came down here to visit me to tell me that he is working in the trenches just like all the rest of the people in the newsroom on this situation. And the tower, the KCBS tower that this camera is attached to, is about 850 feet tall, and you can barely make out in this picture the cables that keep it upright. If a worst case scenario, the KCBS tower here ends up falling, the backup tower for KCAL TV would take over that signal. It would have to be a catastrophic loss of the entire Mount Wilson complex to knock multiple TV stations off the air. But these are live pictures you can see here of the very large smoke plume coming up off the top of the Mount Wilson area. And there is a bit of bad news. The weather, the wind that is running over the top of this mountain range here has made it impossible for those Phos-Chek dropping aircraft to continue operating in the area. I just checked the radar. They're all gone. So there is really no aerial assault going on here in the Mount Wilson area. Give you a better picture of where this is. If you can come out to my screen, I'm going to show you. This is the Eaton fire. We've been looking at this map all morning, and I'm going to zoom in here and show you Mount Wilson. You see is listed right here, and the camera that we were just looking at is essentially at this facility right here. We were looking this way and then also this way, and the fire is running up the mountain from the south. Now that tower complex that you saw with all those other antenna, that's over here. We have not yet seen fire approaching it, but it is very clear based on the northern flank of the Eaton fire that the fire is now running up towards this ridge here. And if I zoom out even further, you're going to see just how much mountain is between the next populated area. There's really nothing in the Angeles National Forest. It's got about 20 miles of rugged terrain, and I have a feeling that this fire is going to continue to burn deeper and deeper as it passes Mount Wilson. Going back out live to RM1, if we can, Director, you can see that while the fire is still in the area, it looks like it has been stopped because all of the vegetation leading up to Mount Wilson has now burned, and then there's nothing else for it to burn. It did not get to that sensitive electronic equipment. So hopefully we are seeing a bit of good news here. As you can see, this is the rest of the KCBS complex up here. Does not appear to be damaged. The tower also remains upright, and it's again, the property management team up there says they have conducted a very strict brush clearance that keeps the vegetation at least a good 20 feet away or more from that equipment. And that means that that vegetation burned and then it didn't reach that broadcasting equipment up there. So that might be a real good sign that we're looking at. Amy?
So
Rachel?
important, Mark, for so many people who are relying on reports to know about evacuation orders and what's really happening with these fires. So it's so important that this equipment has been saved. And it is also really nice to see that blue sky because you know that things are clearing up a bit.
You know, Amy, Mark, I was thinking when you were talking, Mark, the importance of brush clearance. We always hear it from our fire authorities telling homeowners year-round it is important to have your brush clearance around your homes. And in this case, it's certainly proved to be beneficial. So great to hear that. And hopefully they put this fire out soon.
Yeah.
All right, moving on here. Some cars that were abandoned during an evacuation in the Palisades. You may remember we brought you those images.
Yes.
This was on the first day of the fire, and those cars are still there.
Yeah, it was really unprecedented, Rachel. You know, seeing this, hearing this, these people walking down the street on that first day, and they were saying, we've been told to get out of our cars and walk to the ocean because there was so much gridlock. Officers out there didn't think that they would make it out safely in those cars. Now, our KCAL News reporter, Kevin Coe, went to check on all those cars and if they're still there.
I'm standing on Sunset Boulevard in the evacuation zone for the Palisades fire. And this is the area, as we reported when it first happened, where residents had to ditch their cars, just leave them parked in the middle of the street, and at the instruction of firefighters, run for their lives, all on foot. And as you can see, these cars are still here. But as we've had a little bit more time, and now the sun has come up, you could truly see the level of desperation that some people may have felt here. First, I do want to point out that first responders have created this very narrow path, so fire trucks are able to go down. The direction you're looking right now, that goes down to PCH. Right behind me, if you take it all the way up there, that's when you get into those homes, many of which are destroyed and many of which we are going to show you throughout the day as well. I also want to show you one more thing just to highlight kind of the level of desperation here. By the way, we are seeing hoses everywhere. There's cones. And once again, this Subaru, this really stuck out to us. I'm not going to give you the specific number here, but on here, someone left a note. It says, "I am with my 99-year-old mother at," leaving an address, leaving her name, and also leaving a phone number as well. The one thing I could tell the owner, the person who owns this Subaru and left this note, I believe her name is Shelly Wagner, your car, it's okay. It's going to be here for quite some time as first responders continue to assess this situation and battle these flames that are still ongoing. But for now, we are seeing slowly some level of activity here. A lot of residents actually coming by to stop down, and they actually stopped us where that closure is. And we got 4 addresses of people who are just desperately asking us to go see if their home was still okay.
I'm sure those folks appreciate hearing this update.
Absolutely.
All right, we want to let you know that the Los Angeles Lakers have postponed tonight's home game against the Charlotte Hornets. In a statement, the team says they are heartbroken for the city and say their thoughts and prayers are with all those impacted. Now, if you had tickets to tonight's game, it will be honored for whenever they reschedule it. And as we've been talking about, strong winds expected to pick back up in the fire zones, including near the Pacific Palisades.
Yes, and while damage assessments are ongoing, preliminary reports show that thousands of structures have been destroyed. A little earlier this morning, we actually saw this home on Lockman Lane burning. This was right across the street from where we heard reports of the first home that was leveled Tuesday morning, right after the fire broke out. Pacific Palisades resident Michael Larson, whose home was also destroyed in the wildfire, is now volunteering at the Red Cross shelter in Westwood.
I've got the means and I've got shelter, a place to stay. So, you know, giving back and helping other people who don't and who are less fortunate, that's what community is about, right? So that's what we're here to do, support the community.
As Southern California copes with the devastation caused by these fires, many of you want to know how you can help. Well, we want to let you know that KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. Just go to redcross.org/KCAL for more information on how to donate, volunteer, or find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999.
You are watching KCAL News at noon. We are simulcasting on CBS Los Angeles and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Amy Johnson.
And I'm Rachel Kim. Thank you so much for joining us.
We are continuing our coverage on the wildfires burning in LA County. Let's get you the very latest information. Now, the Palisades fire that is burning in Pacific Palisades and Malibu. We do know that 2 sets of human remains have been found during welfare checks in the area. More than 17,000 acres have burned, and there is still no containment. Now, the number of damaged or destroyed structures, we don't have a specific, but we do know that it is in the thousands, and one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles.
And let's get to the Eaton fire burning in Altadena and Pasadena. It is still at 10,600 acres, but growth has been significantly stopped. It is 0% contained. Moving forward, the Sheriff's Department will update fatality numbers, but we do know 5 people have died. Parts of the evacuation orders were lifted today. Over 1,000 structures damaged or destroyed. Now, the cause of this fire remains unknown and remains under investigation. In Altadena, some residents are allowed back to survey the loss of their homes.
Yeah, we want to get back to our Jeff Nguyen. He is on Alta Pine Drive. That is just east of Lake Avenue. Jeff?
Well, Amy and Rachel, I want to give you a sense of what folks are doing today as they come home. This family is gathering whatever they can, and out of respect for the Bettis family, I'm not going to touch their belongings, which are now basically artifacts that they have been able to dig out from this wreckage, if you will. Speaking of the Bettis family, I'm going to walk over here and join Carlos so you can give an idea of what he's doing, because he's got his shovel and he's going through the remains of his house, trying to salvage whatever he can. Hey, Carlos, if I may, do I have your permission to walk onto your property, sir? So I'm going to join you a little bit. I'm guessing what I'm standing on right now used to be the roof. Is that right?
Yeah, there's the roof over my daughter's bedroom.
You know, as you mentioned, your daughter's bedroom, I mean, what's it like sifting through what used to be her little sanctuary?
It's kind of shattering, actually. I mean, I'm so used to recognizing everything of hers. She's only 12, and so most of everything that she has is something that we've either given her or been around when she's received it. And now to go through and you can see it's just ash and clutter and dirt, and everything is just kind of monochromatic.
You know, right behind us, when we look through what you refer to as being monochromatic, I can see your pool right there, and I'm guessing that's also a symbol of some of the memories that you and your family created in this backyard.
Yeah, actually, one of the things we first fell in love with when we saw this house was the view from the second floor onto the backyard with that spectacular tree and the pool and just the vista. And right now it looks terrifying and apocalyptic, but on any other day it was just this beautiful view of where we live, and then we have the mountains on the other side. And so, yeah, we had so many incredible memories with the pool. And I got here and I looked down at the pool full of water, and I mean, the irony of it is inescapable. Like, there's all this water, and then it was useless.
And from the looks of your property, I mean, it seems like you did everything right. You had all the clearance behind your house and around your home, but nonetheless, the fire just swept through here.
Yeah, when we were leaving, we could see it surging on the ridge over there above Avison, the school where my daughter went to for elementary school. It got destroyed. And when I came back the first time, I actually saw what was basically like sheets of embers just flying everywhere across the street and then the driveway, and it looked impossible. And I think that there was just no way for anybody to prevent this. Yeah.
You and your family left Tuesday night when the fire broke out.
Yeah, that's correct, at about 8:15.
Can you kind of share with us, you know, what happened that night, the decision process, and what you were able to gather?
Sure. So around 8 o'clock, my neighbor next door, Chris, knocked on our door, and he wanted to tell us about the fire, which we'd already gotten the alert to. So I walked down to the end of our driveway, looked at the fire, immediately thought about some friends of ours who live really close to that. So I jumped in the car to drive to their house to make sure they knew and to see if they needed anything. They were already on their way out. They packed their car. They'd lost power. And at the moment when I saw it, there were so many fire trucks, so much emergency equipment there that I actually thought, oh, this will be okay, despite the wind that we were feeling. By the time I got back to the house, my wife and my kids were already packed in the car because they'd been getting the alerts and they were terrified, understandably. And so we kind of loaded up quickly. I think our belief at the moment was that this was only going to be for a night or two. We really didn't think that this evacuation was going to be this profound. And so then we spent that night at a school. A friend of ours works at a private school, and she was able to get us access to it. Her house was also in an evacuation zone along with another friend. And so we all took refuge at the school. We've been sleeping there for the last couple nights.
I talked to another neighbor who said he just got out with the clothes on his back, and so important documents, baby pictures, social security cards, all that stuff gone. What's the situation with your family? Were you at least able to get photo albums or baby pictures or birth certificates?
No, literally the same. It was just so immediate. It's kind of comical. The shoes I'm wearing are the worst shoes for something like this. And normally I'm a kind of person who's very prepared and likes to go into situations, do it with all the right equipment. Actually, all my equipment is up there and burnt. And so I didn't even have the right shoes to leave because I just firmly believed we'd be back.
You just left with your clogs?
Yeah, that's it.
In terms of digging through your daughter's bedroom, was that a deliberate choice to start here and perhaps find something to help comfort your daughter? Is that why, or is that's just the closest spot that you can get to for the time being?
It's a bit of both. I think it's the safest spot. There's some little gas leaks down there, and I want to avoid those. And there's some embers underneath that I noticed. And I also was really hoping, I don't know how realistic it is, that I might just come across something shimmery. So my daughter had a little jewelry box that she got over Christmas that she really loved, and she filled it with all her jewelry. And so I thought maybe I could find some of that, because I know where it would be. It would be underneath this ash. But so far, no luck. But yeah.
I can certainly empathize with you trying your best to find some sort of comfort for your daughter. Speaking of which, I mean, how is your wife, or how are your wife and your kids, how are they holding up during this time?
I think we're all in shock. You know, it kind of hits us in waves. This morning I woke up and the reality of it all just seemed to overwhelm me, and I just sat there in a stupor for a little while before I could really function. My daughter, I'm not going to let her see this, because I don't think it would help her. My wife, when she was in college, lived in a building that burnt, and she lost everything once before. And as we were leaving, she just turned to me and said, I can't have that happen again. And to see it happen again, it's just, yeah, it's kind of devastating. And over there's a whole wall where I used to collect books. Maybe I could say I still do, hopefully. And I had about 4,000 books in the house. And so they're all just completely gone.
Yeah, as a lover of books, I can completely empathize with what you're talking about. In terms of, I don't know, shielding your daughter or shielding your wife from all of this, I mean, what's your plan to kind of blunt some of the heartache for them?
Well, sadly, her school is destroyed. So she doesn't have that community to lean into when things start to normalize, and so I don't know how that's going to play out. I had one of my very, very good friends from college messaged me this morning and told me that his family house that he grew up in, nobody's living in it right now, and it's in Connecticut, and he offered it to us. And we're thinking that right now we could literally just get in that car and drive anywhere or go anywhere because we have nothing to take with us. And so I think part of what we're thinking is where we could go just to get away from the trauma and rebuild a bit, and then come back and reconnect with everybody that we love out here. We have such a strong community. We don't want to leave it, but I think that for our mental health, we kind of have to go just reset ourselves somewhere.
You know, I think it's cliched or colloquial, depending upon how you look at it, but a home is the symbol of the American dream. And I don't know, was this the first home you owned, or for you, you know, what's the meaning behind this home for you?
This was the first home that my wife and I ever came home to, where we both would walk inside and just say, we love it here so much. We love the community. We love the feeling of walking into the house. We love the light in the living room. We love the silence of the bedroom. So in many ways, this was like a dream space to be in. And even just the location, for people who've never been here before, it's a spectacularly beautiful area, but it's so vulnerable. And I think now we're getting to experience just how vulnerable and brutal it can be too.
Well, I'm certainly sorry to hear that you're considering moving away, and I thank you for being so gracious to us. And after hearing that, I think the best thing for me to do is to just give you some space and give you a little bit of a break. So thank you for sharing those thoughts and emotions, and I know they're very raw right now, and it's so gracious of you, so thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Carlos. So if I may, why don't I just give Carlos, and if I may, I just send it right back to you on the anchor desk.
All right, Jeff, thank you. And, you know, we keep going back and forth, 2 huge fires, from the Eaton fire back to the Palisades fire.
Right now, let's go to our Michelle Geely, who is live on PCH at Will Rogers State Beach. Michelle.
There is a home burning on the hillside behind me here. You can see black smoke just within the last couple of minutes. It turned to this. We saw raging flames for the past, say, 10 minutes or so. And the super scoopers, it's an amazing shot to see the 2 of them in tandem flying over the Pacific Ocean, then dipping into the water, picking up that ocean water and flying back into the hillsides to put out fires there. We just arrived in the Pacific Palisades, and when you look out to the ocean, it is a beautiful sight. Really such a contrast to what we see across the street here. Behind me is Tahitian Terrace, and when you look up into the hill here, onto the hillside, you can see just how many homes are lost. Now, we bumped into a gentleman by the name of Alex Cole. And Alex, I'm going to invite you in here. Alex has been walking this morning from Santa Monica. He lives in Malibu, right next to Moon Shadows. He has not been home since the fire broke out here on Tuesday. And Alex, you tell me that you are headed on foot to your house. You think it may be there?
Yes. So we saw some video yesterday, potentially, that the house is still standing. There was a pocket of 6 homes that were standing, and we're thinking that ours is one of those homes. Everything to the left is burned, everything to the right is burned. So I hope last night it didn't burn, but we're hoping that it's still there.
So tell me about Tuesday. You say that you have not been home since then. You were at work in Studio City when the fire broke out, and you obviously couldn't get back in.
Correct. So I was at work. I found out about the fire. I couldn't get in, so I was trying to get in yesterday, couldn't get in. Tried to come in today, couldn't get in. So I wound up parking my car in Santa Monica and been on foot with my brother trying to make it to the house, and maybe we're hoping for an escort, but so far no luck. We're just walking, and we got to see if it's still there.
Okay, here is one of the super scoopers. We'll see if Tim can grab a shot of it coming over the ridge there. They're just back and forth into the ocean, and that must give you some hope to know that there is an active firefighting going on right now today as we see even more homes burning.
Yes, we love this. We wish we had more of those, but we love what's going on, and I see a lot of, we've probably been walking for about 3 hours, and I see a lot of fire trucks from all kind of counties, different departments, and Northern California, Phoenix, Vegas, everywhere, all over. And there's hundreds of people, hundreds of police, and I saw dozens of trucks. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing, and I have hope that the house is going to be in good shape and standing.
So we know that you're about 4 doors north of Moon Shadows, and as we reported yesterday, unfortunately, Moon Shadows is one of the many places that was lost, but you have hope to believe, based on video that you've seen, that there are a few houses there that are standing, including yours and some of your neighbors. Have you spoken to anybody who lives near you?
So I spoke to both my neighbors, one to the left and one to the right of me. I shared the video that I saw online yesterday, which looks like our homes are still standing, but nobody got confirmation that it is. So we said whoever knows first will let the other know. But we're all praying that our houses are still standing.
Living right there on the ocean, and you've been there about 5 years, you said, did you ever dream that your house, I mean, so many people who are right there on the ocean never thought that theirs might be taken down in a fire like this, because you don't live in the hills with a lot of vegetation and all that, but with winds like this.
Never would I thought that we'd be this type of situation. It's just horrible, especially we're oceanfront. I have no idea how the fire jumped and got into Moon Shadows and burned it down. It's just horrible. It's been there for so many years. I mean, I go there a couple of times a week. It's horrible to see it go, and I feel bad for all the people that lost their homes, and I'm hoping I'm not one of them, but you know, I gotta be prepared for the worst.
Well, Alex, I hope you get some good news, and I thank you so much for talking to us.
Appreciate you
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, you guys, the fire continues to burn up there on the hillside behind me. We haven't seen the super scoopers dropping in that area. It seems like they're going deeper into the hills. And just to point out, the air quality, as you know, is so bad today. Most people are wearing masks, and the other thing that we're noticing is more and more people coming in on bicycles, on Lime bikes, on Lime scooters. They're trying to make their way into the area to get answers. People are desperate to find out whether their homes are standing. So people know that they cannot necessarily get their cars past these roadblocks, so they're trying to use other means to get inside here to try and find out whether they have anything left. That's the latest live in Pacific Palisades. I'm Michelle Gili. Back to you.
We can certainly understand all of those folks' frustration out there. Michelle Gili, thank you so much.
All right, we want to get back to the Eaton fire now. Our Joy Benedict is live in Sierra Madre at I guess Star Touch and Carriage Drive. Joy, this is a residential street.
Yes, this is a neighborhood. We are very close to the hillside right now, where the Eaton fire continues to burn up in the hillside. But I want to show you this street. As we mentioned, this is Star Touch Street. We have several homes that are unfortunately gone here on this street, probably about 4 or 5 that I see on the south side of the roadway. If you want to take a look at all of these homes, as you go across the street here closer to Carriage Drive, we also have a home that is burned, and that seemed to be the last one, as the rest of them here, as you're heading in the westbound direction, seem to be still standing. And that is really good news, especially for Bernard and Lucy, who live here right on the corner. They lost one home directly to the east of their home, but the one on the west, and their home is still standing. And hi, thank you so much for taking a second to chat with us. How are you guys doing?
We're incredibly lucky. We're incredibly grateful. We could tell when we got here yesterday morning that, in fact, firefighters really did an awesome job of fighting back flames from the east side, because we could see their hoses. They'd used our hoses, and that was the side that took out our fence, and unfortunately our neighbor lost their home. But we think that by mitigating, by the fact that we had luckily taken down big pines on that side, big hedge this last year, probably saved us from that side. And also the fact that, we really try our best to have the right kind of plant material on our yards to be somewhat fire resistant. But boy, we're just by the grace of God. That's it.
I mean, really, that seems what it is for so many here in this community. By the grace of God, one stands and one does not.
I do think that, if we, and also, the possibility about this power transformer line up here, it might have went off, probably flamed up our palm trees, and might have caused all the brush to burn on the back side of our hillside. We had a lot of shrub on that side that went all off, but we have a pool, so there was probably some fire break. So fortunately, our home is good.
Now, let me ask you this. You guys did evacuate on Tuesday night. What did it look like when you were leaving, and why did you make that choice?
Well, we'd heard the news that there was a fire in Eaton Canyon, and that was at about 7 o'clock, 7:15. Walked outside, and I could see from standing on the sidewalk, fire going up the mountain ridge and red sky. And I've lived here long enough that when it looks that close, it's time to evacuate. We quickly packed up, and we were out of here by about 7:30. So that was within an hour, and it was gusty winds, true firestorm, debris flying every which way. People starting to exit, people coming to be looking up on, parking up on along here, just looking and trying to film with their cameras, just trying to look at the mountains and the fire. But
you didn't want to risk it.
No, and plus we had to go to evacuate and also try to come back, and we did come back to get another vehicle. This is my parents' home, so we had 3 vehicles to have to manage, and so we were fortunate to get back in and get back out again. And we're so lucky. We have family nearby in San Marino, so that's where we've been evacuated to, and we are here today, but we didn't learn about the condition of our home until early yesterday morning. And
looking around you, the ones across the street have burned, the ones to the
south.
Yeah.
Once we heard on the news that Valley Lights homes had been burning, we thought for sure our homes were lost, because we figured it had come through Star Touch and then onto Valley Lights below. So I was not hopeful, but we were so lucky. We're so heartbroken for our neighbors. These were newlyweds, just bought this home 6 months ago, and I am so sorry that, all of these neighbors on this eastern end of our street, homes are just destroyed. Whether it came up from something from below onto their property, hard to say, we don't know. Or
just embers flying in the air, which is what we saw a lot of.
Right, and we haven't even looked down Mitchell-Linda to see how far the loss is. It's just been overwhelming. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you guys are both okay, and glad that your house is okay.
We are so grateful. A shout out to the firemen who saved our home, and I am eternally grateful. So, thank you.
I'm glad to have a happy story after so much devastation these last few days. I got to be honest with you. Honestly. It is nice to come up here and see homes still standing, because a lot of folks, especially in Altadena, don't get that today.
Yeah,
right?
I grew up in this home since 1970 when my parents bought this home. I bought this home 20 years later, and we've been here for close to 30 years now. So it's been a long time here on the ranch.
Now, you guys don't have power, do you? Or what do you? Yeah, no power. Do you have water? No water?
We have water.
You're not supposed to drink it?
We're not supposed to drink it, but water came on at about 11 yesterday morning, so we started wetting down everything as we could, because we didn't know with this big gas leak, what could flare up and flame up if something happened.
Well, take the little victory, or the big victory, which is a big home.
I am so much more comfortable today than I was yesterday.
Well,
so
that is good
you.
news. Thank you guys so much for sharing your story with us, and hang in there.
Thank you.
Again, it's great to hear the heartwarming stories, as we have just heard so many that are not heartwarming, that are just devastating, and it's not hard to see the devastation right here across the street. But when you have one that is a good one, we're going to call that a win. I'll send it back to you guys.
Certainly, and it is wonderful to be able to share some of those wins. All right, well, making this firefight more difficult, of course, has been the wind.
Yeah, Paul Diano, earlier this morning, we had a brief respite from these powerful winds, but not right now.
Well, I guess we'll call it 3 tiers of wind. We had that crazy, insane tier of wind on Tuesday and Wednesday, 70, 80, 90, 100 miles per hour. Thankfully, that is likely to not come back. Then we went down to last night and early this morning, almost nothing, even less than normal. That would be great at that state. It's not. Now we're ramping back up to something in between, where it's going to be breezy to windy. It's going to continue to spread the fires that have already started, but it's not as insane as it was a couple days ago. So we're seeing a number of 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts, which is a lot stronger than this morning, but a lot weaker than it was on Tuesday and Wednesday. Those spots are specifically Simi Valley and Camarillo, eastern Ventura County, the Santa Clarita Valley, in the mountains, that's Wrightwood, and also in Riverside. These winds will likely continue to increase throughout the afternoon and the evening. In spots where there's not much wind and there is so much smoke being sent from the San Gabriels right now back toward metro LA County, and the air quality is not just bad, it's horrible in some spots. And frankly, to a level, anything above 150, you shouldn't be spending more than just a couple minutes outside. And we all had those masks from COVID. Maybe you still have some at your house. Grab them, use them for you and your kids. You don't want this stuff in your lungs if you don't have to do it. So Pasadena, Los Angeles, Studio City, and Culver City, the air quality is higher, worse than 150. The lower the number, the better the air quality. The higher the number, the worse the air quality. So we don't want numbers like this. Anything over 150 is considered unhealthy. Long Beach are almost there. Culver City, Studio City, LA, much of the San Fernando Valley, all of the San Gabriel Valley is within that unhealthy air quality. Let's move forward with the weather story now. Here's what's next, our next weather headlines. The next about 3.5 hours now through 4 o'clock, the winds are slowly ramping up once again. It's still an offshore wind. That's not changing until this weekend. The strongest winds this evening will not be where the current fires are burning, so I guess that's a bit of good news. It will, however, be in the Inland Empire and Orange County. Now, just because you have multiple fires burning, it does not reduce the fire danger in places where there haven't been fires yet. It's not like we hit a maximum and then we're done. Inland Empire, Orange County, you will have critical fire danger this evening and overnight tonight. And even if you take the wind out of the equation, it has been so dry and our vegetation is so tinder dry right now, the fire danger is going to stay elevated till it rains. And it has not rained virtually at all so far this water year. Here's the view, or lack thereof, although honestly it's a little bit better than it was about 30 minutes ago last time we talked, because we can now see the mountains off in the distance. We couldn't 30 minutes ago. So the air quality is still very bad, but perhaps improving a bit because the winds are going up. And as the winds increase, it's going to mix some of that pollution out of the bottom of the atmosphere. Kind of like if you walked along really quickly, you'd see the dust on the ground kind of get stirred up. Well, we want the dust to get stirred up because we want to not breathe as much of this. So bad air quality right there in the San Gabriel Valley and metro downtown Los Angeles. That's where it's at its worst. It's still pretty bad in the San Fernando Valley, southern LA County, markedly better in the Inland Empire and Ventura County because that's where the wind is right now. Your air quality is actually good. Wind advisory now through mid-afternoon tomorrow. These are areas north and west of LA. Winds will gust 30, 40, 45 miles per hour. We're already seeing that. That's going to continue tonight and tomorrow. One tier up is a high wind warning. We talked about Orange County and the Inland Empire. You will get the strongest winds this evening and overnight tonight. Valleys upwards of 60 miles per hour. That's pretty strong. The mountains upwards of 75 miles per hour. That's pretty strong. Any new fire starts in the Inland Empire, the Santa Anas, Metro Orange County, or the San Bernardinos, we could see fire spread rivaling what we saw 2 days ago. So we don't want that to happen. So what can we do? We can be really smart when we're out and about because 98% of fires are not caused by the weather. They get spread by the weather. They're caused by us. So if we don't create a fire, then there's no fire to spread. So let's hope that happens. Red flag warning continues through Friday evening. Last graphic I want to show you guys is that utter lack of rainfall. You have to go back to the mid-1960s, the last time we started off a water year as dry as we have. Since December 1st, we've had 2/100ths of an inch of rain. And guys, there's no rain coming for the next 7 days. So this fire danger thing, I know we're all tired of it. We're going to be talking about it for a while. At least right now, the winds are not that bad as we head into the early afternoon. Back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you. At least 5 people have lost their lives in the Eaton fire, and among them was a grandfather, Rodney Nickerson.
KCAL News reporter Jasmine Veal is live in Altadena to tell us more about him. Jazz.
And Amy, I'm standing in front of his house right now, a home that he bought back in 1968 with just $5. He lived here. His daughters and grandchildren, grew up in this home, and his daughter, Kimiko Nickerson, just arrived. Kimiko, I know this is so hard. Tears are in your eyes. You were telling me about the history, the legacy that Rodney Kent Nickerson leaves behind.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your dad, and obviously we'll go back to Tuesday night when this firestorm hit.
He's been living here since 1968. This is the house that I came home to as a child. And I've been here my whole life. I don't know anywhere else other than here. Myself and my brother and my son, Chase, and his other grandchildren, this is where we've been our whole life. And my son tried to get him to leave, and my neighbors and myself. And he said he'll be fine. I'll be here when you guys come back. And he said his house would be here. His house is here, and he was here too. He was in his bed when I found him.
I know family members found some bones.
Yeah, we found him, bones. His whole body was there, intact.
So sorry. His legacy, his grandfather founded, established Nickerson Gardens in Watts, the largest public housing development in LA.
Yes, ma'am. William Nickerson, my great-great-grandfather, his grandfather, was the founder and owner of Nickerson Gardens in Watts. And then from there, he started Golden State Mutual, which still exists on the corner of Western and Adams. And we've been here.
An engineer. I mean, this is an 83-year-old man who leaves behind 45 years of work at Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, he worked at Lockheed Martin for 45 years. He was a project engineer manager. My mom worked at Lockheed. He started at Lockheed when they were in Burbank, and when they moved to Palmdale, he commuted from here to Palmdale every day until he retired.
Rodney Kent Nickerson, one of, at this point, at least 5 people killed in this firestorm that blew through here Tuesday night. We know cadaver dogs are out there. The sheriff's department actually wouldn't even give a number anymore with the people who died. Another man up the street from here on East Loma, also we're hearing passed away in his home, very close to here. I mean, this neighborhood just wiped out. These homes burned to the ground.
The neighborhood is completely gone. Blocks and blocks and blocks down. And it's just devastating. It's devastating.
It is. It's horrible.
It's horrible.
Your grandson, 25-year-old Chase, was here living with Rodney. Chase said, "I'm out of here at 11 p.m. Tell me what happened."
He just kept telling my dad, "Come on, pack up the car. Papa, come on, let's go." Yeah. And he was like, "I'll be right behind you." And he put some stuff in the car that's still there. And Chase was like, "Papa, we got to go now." And he says, "If I need to go, I'll go. But grandson, I don't need to go right now. But I'll be here."
Chase couldn't convince. I mean, it was just Grandpa's going to stay.
Yeah. And boy, did he stay.
Yeah. You were at work at LAX.
Yes, I work at United Airlines, and they've been very accommodating to me. And my coworkers are very accommodating to me.
I know. Can you... Your mom passed away, I know, a few years ago, and this...
Mm-hmm. And my dad has been here, continuing on what he's been doing since 1968.
I mean, he wanted to stay in the home that he has lived in for decades.
This is true. And he did just that.
Yeah.
He did just that.
What was the last conversation you had? Was it when he had just told you, "I'll be here tomorrow"?
I'll be here tomorrow. That was the last thing he verbally said to me was, "I'll be here tomorrow."
And you couldn't do any, I mean, you were far away.
I was far away.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much for everything.
Oh, no, and I know we have pictures of your dad we're showing. I mean, him, the life that he had. But it doesn't make it any easier, even at 83 years old. I know across the street, I was speaking to your neighbor yesterday. She was able to get out her 92-year-old father.
Yes, Owen.
But it was difficult. I mean, she said, I mean, they're fragile.
He didn't want to go.
Yeah, he didn't want to go.
He didn't want to go. Owen, he's been living here around the same time, 1968. I've known all these people my whole life.
Oh.
They were here before I came.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about the firefight and what you're hearing. I know, you know, as I look around, just seeing these homes that have burned to the ground, and there were, you know, resources that were stretched thin. Water had run dry out of fire hydrants. Did you even imagine that those could be the issues that fire departments would deal with? And this storm, I mean, unprecedented, right? With these 85 mile per hour wind gusts, 99 mile per hour. I mean, just, did you ever think that it would come to this?
No, I hiked the trail at Mount Low, and when you get to the top there's artifacts from where the hotel used to be and whatnot, and the information that's at the top, what took that out was a violent windstorm then. They said the winds were over 90 miles an hour, and a fire took that whole hillside out. It's just amazing. My neighbors and I can't grasp how the mountain didn't burn at all, but it came down here and went through the whole neighborhood.
An area that you would think wouldn't be impacted by wildfire, way up in the foothills. And we're still 3 miles from where this fire started in Eaton Canyon.
That's right. And the whole community is gone. The whole community is gone.
Do you think your dad, Rodney, tried to fight the fire at all? I mean, was he even capable of getting out there with the hose or stomping out embers? People were using toilet water to put out the flames. I spoke to someone using Gatorade, almond milk, I mean, because they didn't have the water.
He was out there at about 7 p.m. in the backyard, watering in the backyard and watering a little bit in the front yard. But then after that, because of the smell of the smoke, we all tried to just stay inside or gather what you needed inside to go.
Yeah, and so he probably fought as hard as he could, and then, but he must have gone to bed. It's just heartbreaking.
He went to bed at some point because he's used to getting up at 4 a.m. when he was going to Lockheed. So at some point he went to bed because he was in bed.
And it was text messages, or you couldn't get through to him?
The text messages stopped. After a while, they stopped. The text messages stopped probably at about 11 p.m. Okay. At about 11 p.m., the text messages stopped. And the last phone call when I talked to him last was about 9:30, 9:40. Oh. And he was walking around with his lantern in the house. Chase and I were talking to him. We were on FaceTime. And he was in there with his lantern, gathering his stuff and putting stuff up. He had just took his medicine. And that was it.
But your son left a few hours after that at 11 p.m.
A few hours after that.
He's okay.
Chase is okay.
Okay.
He's okay.
Traumatized, I'm sure.
Very much so.
I'm so sorry.
Very much so. Very much so.
I just thank you for even talking and being this strong. I know it's difficult, and the last thing you want to do is, sometimes talk to reporters, but I'm glad we could share his story.
Thank you.
I just, the more I learn about Rodney and the life that he led, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
I appreciate you checking in.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you guys showing concern, and I appreciate you wanting to talk about my dad.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just all these stories that I've heard over the last 2 days, from the Palisades to this Eaton fire, folks who've lost everything, but again, to lose a life, that's the hardest. You see homes that have burned down, but to lose a life, so. Best of luck to your prayers to your family.
I really appreciate it. Check on me, okay?
I will.
Okay.
I will for sure.
All right. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to let Kimiko go. She's been talking to detectives who are here with the Sheriff's Department. I should just say deputies have told her that homicide detectives are going to be making their way back here to her father's house. Then the coroner, again, we saw that van just up the street from here, checking out yet another home where we're hearing that another person, I think a man, had passed away, but we're trying to confirm that. We know that you had seniors, the elderly, evacuated, literally rescued out of some senior living facilities on Altadena Drive when this firestorm hit. So many people that they had to get out of the way, but unfortunately, those who did not just had no chance against these flames that came tearing through here. And it's just, yeah, there are no words. We talked about it this morning with some of my colleagues. This entire landscape, this entire place has changed forever. And obviously the lives of the poor Nickerson family changed forever too. And just dealing with so much grief. I'll send it back to you live here on Altapine Drive. Jasmine, VLKCal News.
Jasmine, thank you so much for bringing us that interview and allowing Kimiko to share the life and legacy of Rodney Nickerson. Thank you so much.
Such a touching interview. Rachel, maybe you could.
Yeah, very emotional, because I think the story of Mr. Nickerson hits home. He's like our own fathers, our own grandfathers. So when you hear of a life well lived, such as Mr. Nickerson, and the loss of a life, it strikes a chord with us as well. All right. Well, several companies are offering free services to those affected by the fires. From Uber rides to discounted hotel fees, there's a handful of generous assistance being offered. One of those services is for your dogs, and it's by a company called Dogtopia. Right now, we are joined by the general manager of Dogtopia of East Pasadena, Michaela Morris. Hi, Michaela. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, thank you for having me. Nice to see you guys.
Nice to see you, Michaela. And, talk to us about why your company is offering this service to dog owners.
we just understand how hard it is already with, the possibility of losing your house or fully losing your house, and being able to find a place for you to stay is already hard, let alone finding a place for your pup to stay as well. We are on the south side of right where the evacuation zone is, and a lot of our clients are living in Pasadena, Altadena. Our staff lives up there. My personal friends and family live up there. So it's also hitting very close to home for us of knowing that there are so many people and families at risk, and not being sure where you're going to go, but trying to figure out whether you have a 5-pound dog or a 100-pound dog, that's not an easy feat. So trying to help where we can. We have plenty of space still. We're offering 3 free days of overnight stay and discounted rates for anything that the pups need to stay longer than that for anybody who comes in. As long as the pups are vaccinated or spayed, they can be in our open play group. We'll do a quick little meet and greet to see if they can play with the other dogs and be in that environment. And if not, we also have space for the ones who may not be fixed, so may not be neutered or spayed, and may not be up to date on vaccines. We have services where they'll just be getting private potty breaks and some playtime with some humans in the meantime to give them somewhere to be at least.
And why is it so important to you personally to do this and to help these folks?
In terms of Pasadena, I've lived here my whole life, so that in terms of helping the community is a big part. But I just know, I was talking to some of my staff yesterday, if I had received the evacuation order, the first thing I would do would be grab my dog and go. But I know even just when you're looking on vacation, it's hard to find somewhere where it will take your dog and where you can be. And so I want to give owners a peace of mind, some pet parents a peace of mind, just to know that their dog's taken care of. We have webcams, we have food, we have clean water for the pups. We have staff that love and is going to put as much as they can into the dogs. So being able to give someone peace of mind that while they're figuring what's going on with them, that their dog is taken care of at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Michaela, tell us what's going on right now in your community over there in East Pasadena. What are you hearing from residents and neighbors? Are people in need right now?
People are definitely in need. It seems like right now we're in an area of just trying to assess what's going on, who needs what, where everybody is. I just stopped by Pasadena Humane Society about an hour ago to see if there was anything us as Dogtopia can help Pasadena Humane. There's lots of donations happening there. I would encourage anybody who has the space or has the capability to help Pasadena Humane. They have a huge influx of dogs. We are happy to, if you haven't dropped your dog off somewhere and need to, you're welcome to bring them to us since we have a little bit more space available than Pasadena does. Donations are really important. Food, water, especially we just all got a notice about making sure that we're not drinking tap water. So if you guys bring water to places, that's really helpful. But the need is definitely there. Finding a way to help people out, just reaching out and calling, we'll redirect you if it's not something we personally need. But we know of people in the area who do need it.
And Michaela, if people do need your help, how can they reach out to you?
You guys can give us a call. Our phone number is 626-778-0008. We will be here all day. We will close around 7 p.m. So anytime before that, we're happy to take your pup in. Our front desk will be on the phone, so will I. So feel free to reach out and we will be here waiting for you.
Michaela, I've been over there as well, covering a different story completely, but we stopped in to interview them, and it's a wonderful facility. So thank you for what you guys are doing at Dogtopia, Michaela.
Thank you for having us.
All right.
Absolutely. And we have been keeping a really close eye on that fire that started to burn up near Mount Wilson earlier this morning.
Yeah, assignment manager Mark Liu is live at the desk with an update on this, Mark.
Yeah, so I've been tracking the fight to save the Mount Wilson broadcasting complex. It's a series of very important radio and television transmission towers at the top of Mount Wilson, which is north of Altadena and Sierra Madre. And in the last hour or so, the northern flank of the Eaton fire had been approaching that very important broadcasting complex, and the flames were threatening to destroy the entire complex. The aerial attack had to stop because of high winds, and I thought that the entire place would be abandoned, but just a few minutes ago, our live camera, what you're seeing here, saw the arrival of multiple hand crews in the area, and you will never guess where they are from. Now, it's very hard to see them, but multiple fire apparatus were just up there. You could sort of see them coming through the smoke right there at the center of your screen. This live camera is being remotely operated by our transmission operator, Fernando Burris, in our transmission room here in the studio. But you can see there are multiple fire units up there. And as I saw them coming up, I wondered if they were U.S. Forest Service or if they were L.A. County Fire. Well, between Fernando and I, we were able to zoom in on one of those trucks, and the side, Amy and Rachel, says Placer County Fire, which gave me pause for a second because I had to remember where that was, and it's in Sacramento. Placer County is in the Sacramento area, which means that the fire crews, at least some of them, are from one of those outside agencies that have been called in by the governor to help assist our beleaguered fire crews. This crew that is up there now working to save the Mount Wilson transmission complex drove 350 miles to Southern California and are now working in very dangerous conditions on a very narrow road. There, as the smoke clears, you can see all of these fire crews up there. That truck you see on the right side of your screen, that's the Placer County Fire truck that is now, we saw some firefighters get out and get up into the mountain area. Now, I've got some video that I want to show you, if Director Amy can cue it up, of what this firefight looked like about 30 minutes ago. This was when those Phoscheck dropping aircraft were still in the area. I believe that's a Grumman S-2 that's operated by the Forest Service, dropping lines of Phoscheck about 3 to 5 miles to the east of where the fire was approaching. This is the northern flank of the Eaton fire, which has now moved closer to Mount Wilson, and you can see the flames were coming right up to where our live camera is. This live camera we usually use to show very beautiful shots of the Southern California skyline or during weather reports. But today we're using it to see these approaching flames. And right behind this camera is an 850-foot tall transmission tower that we use to send our signal from KCAL and KCBS out over the air to people in Southern California that still receive our broadcast on rabbit ears, on antenna on the back of their televisions. This transmission also goes to satellite companies, but not to cable companies. That actually comes directly from our newsroom. So we were worried when we saw these flames that it could cause some substantial damage to our broadcast tower and actually kill the signal that was going out to Southern California residents over the air. Our general manager of KCBS KCAL actually came down and said he had talked to the property directors here. If the tower did collapse, we have a second tower on that complex that you see in the upper left-hand side of your screen. That's called the Weather Vane Complex, where the KCAL tower is over there. We would be sending our signal out from over there. But just in the last few minutes, this fire has approached both sides of the Mount Wilson complex. And I'm going to give you a look here on my screen about where this firefight is taking place. If you can come out, Director Amy, to my screen, I'm going to show you on the map where this actually is, if we can do that, because it's north of the Eaton fire. Now, we've looked at this map several times today. This bright orange area is the last recorded footprint of the Eaton fire. But here, basically to the north, is where the fire has now gotten. And that camera that we were just looking at, it's right there. It has been looking in this direction and this direction. And all those towers you saw on the upper left-hand side of your screen, that's it over there. So we now know that the fire from Eaton has now approached all the way up here and is approaching and continuing to burn to the north. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more to give you another perspective to show you just how far the fire has come since the last footprint was recorded. It's at least several miles. And then, of course, it is still continuing to loop around this way and has a lot of forests and mountains to burn before it reaches the Lancaster-Palmdale area. But the good news is I did see on the radar there are 2 Sikorsky Firehawks now doing water drops in the area as well, coming back out live here to me. There was some concern that the wind was just going to be too heavy and too strong for aircraft to fly, but it looks like there are some brave pilots up there doing water drops to try and save that Mount Wilson broadcast complex. Amy, Rachel, send it back to you.
Mark, it's so interesting to see the path, the trajectory of this fire reaching up to the towers over there. But thank goodness there is mutual aid, like you said, and thank goodness for that brush clearance. Yep. All right, Mark, thank you. Many residents returning to their properties today to survey the damage.
Yes, KCAL's Rena Nakano is live with a look at the devastation from the Palisades fire at the Pacific Palisades Bowl Mobile Estates. Arena, we can see behind you more of the devastation.
Yeah, I mean, some neighborhoods, there are some homes that survived. Maybe a couple just were lucky enough to dodge the kind of the way the fire moved. But this neighborhood, unfortunately, is completely decimated. Assad, if you could just pan over this way. This is the top of the neighborhood, and if you see down the hill, it's kind of like a triangle-shaped mobile home park. Every single lot has been burned to the ground. And we are talking now with Curtis because you've lived here for almost 10 years, and it was supposed to be a very, very exciting final payment for that lot. Tell me about that.
Well, they called me and said, "Do you want to extend your loan?" And I laughed and I said, "Oh, I owe you $500 on this," and it's paid off. But it was nice of them to call and offer. So everybody's reached out to help by insurance companies all over it. I saw CAL FIRE here inspecting, so that's a good thing. Hopefully they can come in, report to FEMA, get Cal Recycling in here and clean all this up and get everybody moved back in, hopefully.
I mean, you are kind of the most chipper person that I've talked to all day, yesterday and today. And is it because maybe you've kind of taken it in and tried to move on a little bit?
Well, that's all you can do is move on. You can't live in the past. You got to take and make the best of this, and you just got to move forward. And like I say, nobody's dropping bombs on us. So it's not a war zone, it's just a tragedy. It's Mother Nature, and we're in the way of Mother Nature. And
I mean, I saw you hugging so many of your neighbors and friends that are also doing the same thing.
It's a tight community. Yeah. We're all tight, and it's very destructive not getting to see everybody every day again.
And you have a place to stay, thankfully.
Yeah, my sister lives in Culver City, and stay with her.
One interesting thing you've been telling everyone is the fact that though everything has burned to the ground, your tough shed survived. Tell us about that when you discovered that.
It's a VersaTube shed, and it was custom made, and man, that thing's still standing. Yeah. I mean, it was a hot box because everything inside it melted, but it's one of the only structures other than the decks, which you see standing up on the hill from the two-story trailers.
Well, Curtis, thank you so much. We are so encouraged by your positivity, hoping that rubs off on many of your neighbors. So yeah. All right, Assad, we see many of these people are, trying to find whatever they can to salvage whatever. But at the same time, let's kind of head over this way because this is where another resident, Barry, told us the fire kind of climbed up. So as we walk onto many of these lots, we see just mangled pieces of metal. We see a classic car here. We see regular cars over here and washing machines and ovens and things. But now I have here Barry joining us. Barry, you've lived in this neighborhood for quite a while as well, right?
For a while. Let me show you, because what I'm really interested in is doing something constructive. Okay. I know, and my whole life I've been a fire supporter, but this time they really dropped the ball. I'm only talking about for us at this park. It started here, and you want to come over and see where it started? Yeah,
sure.
All right.
Go through my place. So you said that it started on Tuesday and you were here with a couple of your neighbors and you were trying to hose down as much as possible.
There, and my friend Sally's spot is here. So we were both had hoses at the back for the longest time, and hour and 15 minutes I went down to the highway and it was still just right here in this little stretch. It came and we were fighting it off the back of this trailer right here. And so I see a truck. I finally got a truck up here. They didn't, never mind. I got them up here and they had 5 minutes of water. That's an hour and 15 minutes later. If we had one truck that had some water, this whole park was safe, because here is the spot where it started. I was here. So, and so 5 minutes of water, and then it went from here to there, and so forth and so on.
But it just burned down the entire community.
That's right. But this one little spot, you park a fire truck right there. I don't know. So I'm pretty. That's what happened. I don't know, I could go on and on, but...
All right, well, Barry, thank you so much for giving us your recollection of things that happened here. Again, it's such a tragedy when, Barry and other residents say, oh man, if there were more resources, if there was more time, there's so many woulda, shoulda, couldas. in tragedies like this. And unfortunately, because of unknown circumstances, this is what we are down to, just a mangled mess here at the Pacific Palisades Bowl Mobile Home Park. I will send it back to you guys.
It's just tough to see so much. The whole community's just gone over and over again, and we just don't get numb to it.
Yeah, when you look at that devastation, you always have to think that was somebody's life, somebody's memories, someone's lifetime experiences. So, you know, you can't help but relate as a human being to those.
Exactly. Well, people are really going to great lengths to try and save their homes.
Yeah, reporter Katie Nielsen found neighbors in Altadena forming what's called a bucket brigade to put out a fire.
Ready? Let's keep it pushing. Let's keep it pushing.
Dragging garbage cans full of water to their house. That's what Jose Olivero and his brother Gennaro did all night.
I decided to stay with my wife to save my house, and I didn't.
They created their own bucket brigade using water they got from the hydrants when they were still working and a garden hose from the neighbor's house.
Let's go, let's go.
But it wasn't long before they saw smoke coming from a house down the street, and the bucket brigade sprang back into action, loading a wheelbarrow full of water from the garbage cans and pushing it to where they saw the smoke. Another person was able to flag down a passing engine, and firefighters from LA County were able to assess the situation.
We're going to come back. We ran out of water, so we're going to the hydrant. And we'll come back to this house, okay?
A few minutes later, after filling a 500-gallon tank on their engine, the crew was able to put out the fire in a tree behind the garage.
There was fire here, so we didn't want it to, you know, catch the whole structure on fire. So might as well put it out now and wait, right?
How much is water an issue right now for you guys?
It's a little bit of a issue right now. Everything north of here, there's just, in the hydrants, they're all dry. So we got to head a little bit south, which is kind of alarming. So we'll be doing something like this and we might run out of water and we got to leave and come back or try and get another rig there with water. So it's a little bit of an issue.
Wow. And, you know, the smoke is traveling across Southern California, and air quality is a big concern right now.
And we are urging people to stay indoors. But if you do have to be outside, here are some precautions you can take.
Every breath you take, you're inhaling that environment. And so you want to reduce the burden of particles that you're inhaling. So if you're going to be outside for a significant amount of time, you do want to wear a mask. Now, there's a surgical mask. There are N95 masks. If you wear a surgical mask, you're going to reduce that burden by 20%. If you wear an N95 mask, you're going to reduce that burden by about 80% in terms of the particles. You also want to cover your skin and also protect your eyes because there are all kinds of molecules that are floating around in the air, different liquids, different solids, different gases that have a significant impact on your health.
Now, some other things that you can actually do to stay safe from the poor air quality is to be sure to check your air filters. Dirty ones make matters worse, and high-efficiency ones really make a big difference. And be sure not to burn candles or use incense indoors, and be sure to use a flashlight or a headlamp instead. And finally, keep your pets inside because the smoke is toxic to them as well.
Important for us all to remember. Now, a homeowner in the Pacific Palisades lost everything: his home, his business, and his car.
Yes, but his mother's house survived the fire, and now he's helping his mom keep the home safe. He shows our reporter, Kevin Coe, how he's doing that without power or water.
I just met this gentleman named Patrick. Patrick, I met you when you were in front of this home here with this bucket.
Yeah, it's my mom. It's my mom's home. I got up here, got through the police lines earlier today, had a friend to help me out, and we've kind of been putting out some hot spots in the backyard. As you can see, all the pool fence is burned, all the front vegetation, but luckily the house is intact. And we were actually worried because I had been up here yesterday about 9 o'clock in the morning. All that vegetation was on fire, and it was like, and the wind was howling and everything. It was like a firestorm. I couldn't even get past the driveway.
How long has this home been in your name or your family's name?
About 50 years.
50 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So my mom and dad have lived there for 50 years.
I just can't imagine how you feel because you're standing here. I'm assuming you're grateful. Somewhat lucky maybe because just your neighbors here. And the way up here, it just looked rough.
Yes, well, my personal residence was burned down. Another property I owned here in the Palisades was burned down. My office is burned down. One of my cars is burned down. But yes, I'm very excited that, because we thought my mom's house was burned, but I'm very excited it's intact. So we're batting 1 for 5, and that in baseball terms is not too bad.
Yeah. Patrick, that kills me.
Yeah.
What's next?
Well, get this place, get the smoke and get it redone and work on this one first, then figure out what the next step is. I've got a couple other developments, get them finished, because they'll need to be done, and work on my own, getting everything together.
Patrick, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin.
It was great to meet you.
Yeah.
Patrick is one of several people who live here, actually homeowners, who have buckets like this. And a lot of these people, they do have swimming pools, right? This is kind of the only way to be able to get water.
There's no water pressure, no electricity. We are just basically putting out hot spots in the back hill with dirty pool water.
Patrick, thank you again.
Yeah, we were just talking about the bucket brigade.
Yes, exactly. And other people have been doing that as well, and it really is making a difference. Well, now at 1 o'clock, you are watching our continuing coverage of the wildfire disaster in Southern California. I'm Amy Johnson.
And I'm Rachel Kim. We are simulcasting on CBS Los Angeles, also streaming on CBS News Los Angeles.
We want to get you the very latest now. The Palisades fire burning in Pacific Palisades and Malibu. We do know that 2 sets of human remains have been found during welfare checks. We also know that more than 17,000 acres have burned so far with no containment. The damaged or destroyed structures we know are in the thousands, and one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles.
Now, video from SkyCal shows the devastation in the Pacific Palisades. An entire neighborhood burned. This is in the area of Sunset Boulevard and Alma Real Drive. Impacted streets include Fisk Street, Galloway Street, Hartzell Street, Iliff Street, Bashford Street, Kagawa Street, Carey Street, and Embury Street. And now to the Eaton fire burning in Altadena and Pasadena. It is still at 10,600 acres, 0% containment. Moving forward, the Sheriff's Department says that it will update fatality numbers, but we do know 5 people have died. Parts of the evacuation orders were lifted today. Over 1,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The cause of this fire remains unknown and remains under investigation. Now, we have been keeping an eye on the fire that broke out on Mount Wilson earlier this hour.
That's right. This is certainly a very important area as a lot of people get information because of the telecommunications on top of Mount Wilson. Let's check in with our assignment manager, Mark Liu, who is live at the desk with an update for us. Mark.
Yeah, that's right. We've been monitoring this firefight near Mount Wilson, which is basically to the north of Altadena and Sierra Madre. And what we're seeing, and you're going to see live pictures in just a second, is the northern flank of the Eaton fire approaching the peak of Mount Wilson, which, as you had mentioned, is a really important broadcast and transmission site for federal, state, local agencies in Southern California, as well as virtually every TV and radio station in Los Angeles. Now, if Director Amy can go out to RM1, these are live pictures from our tower cam at Mount Wilson, which we normally use to provide you beautiful shots of the Southern California skyline during our weather reports. But right now, you are looking at live pictures of what's called the weather vane complex, which is one of 3 essential complexes on the top of Mount Wilson. One of them, the complex that has our live camera, is the complex number 1. The weather vane complex is number 2. You see that in the center of your screen. And then just beyond it, there's an observatory and scientific complex up there where there is, you can see it right there on the left-hand side of your screen. That is one of the observatory domes on Mount Wilson. Now, just about an hour and 15 minutes ago, northern part of the Eaton fire began to approach this summit, and the flames were intense and threatened to destroy all of the equipment up there. Now, thankfully, this is some video that was shot just about 12:15 this afternoon. You can see these really intense flames and how different this shot looks in terms of how much vegetation is up there. That's all gone now because this fire has swept through this area. And at the time, the winds were so intense that the firefighting aircraft had to leave the area, and there was great fear that there was absolutely no way to save the Mount Wilson complex here at the peak. But good brush clearance that has been maintained up there by the property managers of the Mount Wilson Observatory and the Mount Wilson broadcast towers has ended up meaning that that fire burned all of that vegetation but did not appear to reach any of the buildings or broadcast towers up there. Now, the KCAL and KCBS broadcast towers, certainly the KCBS broadcast tower, is about 850 feet tall, right behind the camera that you're looking at, that you're looking through right now. This is tape of the vegetation in front of that camera just being consumed by flames. And there was great fear here that this would lead to the destruction of the broadcast tower and all of the equipment up there, which could really hamper communications in Southern California for our firefighters who use this tower and other law enforcement agencies and other state and local agencies that use the towers up there for radio communications, because Mount Wilson is so high above Los Angeles with an unobstructed view of virtually all of the San Fernando and San Gabriel valleys. It's a great place for radio transmitters to be. You can briefly see them on the left side of your screen. Those white round objects, those are radio transmitters, but you can see how close the fire got here to the Mount Wilson Tower. But the tower remains, and so does the camera. Now, to give you a better idea of where this is tactically, I want to bring you out to my map. If you can, Director Amy, come out to my screen. What we're looking at here is all of the major fires in Southern California, but I'm going to zoom in here at the Eaton fire. We've seen this one all morning, and where Mount Wilson is essentially right here. So we know that the footprint of the Eaton fire has progressed all the way through to here, and as I zoom in even further, you're going to see that camera that you were just looking at is essentially right here. And we saw the fire right coming up through this direction. And then over this way was the weather vane complex. All of those tall towers that you saw, that's this complex here. And then the dome of that observatory, that's over in this area over here. As a matter of fact, I think that's the dome right there. So this entire area now under basically a threat of damage and danger from the fire as it continues to loop around here and progress north from Eaton. I want to take a quick look also at the radar. I haven't checked it in a few minutes to see. So it looks like the water dropping aircraft have left the area. There was a group that was circling right here, the Mount Wilson area, but it looks like they have left, which is a good sign. If we can go back to RM1, live pictures from the camera, Director Amy, show us. We did see that there were hand crews from Placer County that are up there. We're looking at them right there. These are crews that have arrived, made the 350-mile trek from the Sacramento area to assist our beleaguered LA County and LA City firefighters in their fight. There's also CAL FIRE hand crews that have made their way up to Mount Wilson in order to do some more brush clearance and hopefully put out any flames that are up there. You can just really sort of make out on the side of that truck. It says Placer County. They have certainly had their share of wildfires in the Sacramento area, and now they are assisting our crews down here in doing the exact same kind of work. I'm going to keep monitoring the Mount Wilson camera and see, but it looks like that firefight may really be going our way, and those firefighters are getting the upper hand, mainly due to some good water drops, some good FOS checks, and brush clearance. 30 feet to 20 feet around all of those important buildings really did stop the fire. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
We always hear how important brush clearance is. Thank you so much, Mark.
Definitely makes a difference.
Yeah.
You know, we've been really trying to get closer looks at some of the structures that have been burning throughout both of these fires and along the coast.
That's right. KCAL News reporter Lucelia Caballero shows us the devastation from the Palisades fire in Malibu.
The devastation is just awful here in Malibu. We are near Carbon Canyon Road, and as you can see to my left, you see home after home after home that has just been leveled. There's some chimneys that are up, and obviously framework, metal, and anything that's concrete is still intact, but everything else has been burned to the ground, and it is just a terrible reality, a heartbreaking one. But let's not forget, we are in Malibu, though unrecognizable. Take a look at this. We are on the beach. The waves are crashing over to our right. It is a beautiful area that is just not the Malibu we love and we know. At this time, fire officials still urging people to stay away from evacuation zones. We understand that you really want to know if your home is okay, if anything is salvageable, but at this time, fire officials say it is very much an active firefight, and they want you to stay away. Take a listen at what LAFD fire captain had to say.
Yeah, it's still not safe to come into this area. We still have mandatory evacuations, and there is some of these they have open gas lines. There's a lot of hazards that are in the debris. There's also, we've had people who've been riding their bicycles into there. We've had some injuries from that, and firefighters are still trying to get in here and put fires out. So we don't want that to be hindered.
And you just have to remember that things can change for the worse in a matter of seconds. If an ember blows one way and the wind just picks up, it can be very detrimental and very devastating for so many people. And homes, things are replaceable, but lives are not. And we can see, obviously, such a heartbreaking image that we've been showing you time and time again. The Palisades fire burning more than 17,000 acres, evacuating tens of thousands of people, burning at least 1,000 structures, a lot of them homes. We are talking about a historic fire happening right here in our community in Malibu, in Pacific Palisades. And as heart-wrenching as it is, we have also seen the community coming together, folks doing everything they can to uplift one another, and some even staying put to douse homes and make sure that that fire doesn't spread. But once again, fire officials are saying heed all warnings. If you are told to evacuate, do so. They are saying this for your own safety, so be packed and be ready to go in a moment's notice. As of now, all they're saying is that they are working around the clock to get these multiple fires under control, including the Palisades fire that has been raging on since Tuesday morning. All right, well, what we have to say is we hope that everybody is able to process this. We understand this is a very difficult time. Some of you have seen live as your homes or homes of loved ones, friends, family members have burned. Our hearts go out to you. We are with you. We will continue to keep you informed here on KCAL News on all of our streaming platforms. Reporting in Malibu, Luz Delia Caballero, back to you.
All right, Luz Delia, you know, we keep seeing the images, and you just don't get numb to it, and you know that people's lives have just been turned upside down, and we do know that people have lost their lives in these fires, and so it's just heartbreaking to continue to see.
We echo Luz Delia's sentiments. All of us here feel this devastation, and people here we work with also have been victims of this fire as well. So we certainly empathize with our audience out there.
All right, we want to get back to the Eaton fire now, and our Joy Benedict, who is live in Sierra Madre, I believe in a neighborhood, Hastings Ranch Road, Joy?
That's right. We're on Hastings Ranch Road. Now, this particular road does back up to the hillside where obviously this fire started on Tuesday evening, the Eaton Canyon fire. And you can see that it is the hillside over here, and then the fire quickly came over the hillside, and unfortunately it landed in the backyards of homes like this one right here on Hastings Ranch Road. And unfortunately, the home behind us, it is gone. I mean, there is not much left here. A lot of debris and charred appliances and things of that nature. And I'm joined now by the owner of this home, Yara Kinning. Thank you so much for joining us. I can't even imagine what you thought when you pulled up here. When did this the first time that you saw what was gone?
That was, it was very windy since Tuesday morning at 5 o'clock in the morning. There was big cloud white. It was like a cyclone almost, but it was not like a Louisiana, Oklahoma. But it was very, very strong wind. I was looking on the Google, it was saying 5 miles per hour, but that was wrong. It was over 60 miles per hour. So all the leaves is flying. My backyard, it was so clean. And some of the leaves from the palms of my palm drop in the neighbor. And we're trying to figure it out how to clean it up, but there was no people at that moment, so we figured it out for the next day to clean it up.
But you didn't get to the next day because then there was an evacuation on Tuesday night. Did you evacuate or did you stay?
I did evacuate a little bit later when the fire came from the west to the east to south. And when I saw, just when I was walking with my niece, my dog in the backyard, a little mini Shih Tzu, 5 of them, so I want to help her.
And what did it look like out here? What did it look like out here?
Very, very, very stormy, windy. Yeah, very, very stormy.
Right before you evacuated, though, could you see the fire?
So what happened? Yeah, I walking.
Get too close to the lines.
True. When I walking my dogs in the backyard, so I saw a big smoke there in the west side from here, and there was a very strong light. And I was telling my niece, do you see that? And we're looking through the branches between the trees, bigger and bigger. I was so fast, I was so afraid. So I was talking to she was the daughter of my neighbor, she was in the backyard. Yeah, it's crazy. We have to maybe move out.
And so you just grabbed your stuff and you left?
Yes.
When did you come back? When did you realize your home was gone?
Now I have a chill.
We are having some technical difficulty out there. You know, it's a tough area, a lot of terrain, and a lot of people on cell phones, and so it can really distort the signals. So
hopefully we can get Joy back in a few minutes. But for right now, more than 100,000 people have been evacuated from their homes as a result of these fires, some only given minutes to gather their belongings. So we decided to ask the experts, what should you take if you are called on to leave your homes?
Some of the main things to think about, of course, are medications, any important documents, things like a cell phone charger. But also additionally, if you're evacuating with pets and children, you want to think about their needs too. Your children, bring a special toy, bring their favorite blanket, any medications also they might need along with your pets, a carrier, any special dietary needs and toys. Things like that bring comfort to pets and to children.
As Southern California copes with the devastation caused by the fires, many of you want to know how you can help. Well, we want to let you know KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need. Go to redcross.org/KCAL for more information on how to donate, volunteer, or find shelter. You can also call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999.
You know, we've been talking for days about what has made this fight so much more difficult. Of course, it is the wind gust, and unfortunately, they are picking back up.
That's right, after a brief lull this morning. Let's check in with KCAL meteorologist Marina Jurica. Marina, you're tracking the conditions. You know, how long are we going to have these powerful winds?
Well, unfortunately, they are starting to gear up again this afternoon, as we knew would happen. And as we move into tonight and tomorrow morning, we are going to see the winds start to gear up again. But of course, in the aftermath of the fires we've already seen, we are dealing with air quality issues that are very substantial. And even though the numbers are getting a little bit better because the winds are picking up, we really don't want the winds to pick up again. But it is improving our air quality right now. Winnetka at 196, so the San Fernando Valley really heading all the way through the foothills of San Gabriel have been around that 250